Give everyone a moment to get notified. What am I running? I'm running Fine. Okay, let's do this. Super fast.
They're clear.
This is my sniper rifle, and I was using it like an assault rifle. Why am I stuck? Okay, so there's an invisible wall of some kind right there.
It looks like this cavern formed around the ruin after it was built.
You metagem. Which metagem do I actually have? 62 looks like. Just picked up something like this. Change my mind. Let's try that. Man, why do we gotta walk everywhere?
Hello? Could somebody help me? Please? You lead. I'll follow.
Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
Are you okay? What happened to you?
Listen, this thing I'm in is a Prothean security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, all right?
So, because I know there's folks in here that aren't familiar with this game, what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to slow us down dramatically, and I'm aware of that. But I think it's important. We're actually going to be talking things that aren't basic knowledge, right? We're going to be asking some questions.
Your mother is working with Saren. Whose side are you on?
What? I am not on anybody's side. I may be Benezia's daughter, but I'm nothing like her. I have not spoken to her in years. Please, just get me out of here.
How'd you end up in there?
I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil! I activated the tower's defenses. I knew the barrier curtains would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please!
We'll find some way to help you.
There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part. The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here. Be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
So, now there's... Well, I mean, that's not surprising. Krogan, they're mercenaries. They'll work for whoever pays them. I mean, that's kind of their jam. Yeah, we're gonna have to stick with radioactive. There's still a Krogan, so only attack Geth.
Negative contact.
Sure, because I didn't see that Krogan. No! I'm gonna take all of those. Reduced Omni Jelly. Out your mind! Maybe if you gave me the Omni Jelly, it was the same dollar value if I just sold the freaking things. I don't believe there's anything else. So we just gotta go enter a code that we don't know. Okay. We're still, like, it would be, like, if it's entering a code, I feel like I would tell Tally, hey, go take care of that. You know, like, we know a Krogan's coming. And humans know how tough Krogans are. I feel like we would use Tally to just the code. AX. AX. But guys, still have a Krogan missing. She specifically said, look out, they have a Krogan.
Oh, how did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
We have to get you out of here before more Geth arrive.
Yes, you're right. I've seen enough of them to last a lifetime. That button should shut down my containment field.
Any idea how we get out of this place?
There is an elevator back in the center of the tower. At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on! I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Seren's looking for the conduit. You're a Prothean expert. He probably wants you to help him find it.
The conduit, but I don't know.
What the hell was that?
The Krogan.
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have triggered a seismic event. We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister.
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
He needs to move faster.
Yeah, well, you know what they say. Wish in one hand. Wow, the Adventure's actually better than what you're rocking with? That's insane. It's so hard to understand. I can number 3. And we're not that many snake Here's some rounds. Oh no, I can do this. There he is. See? Krogan.
Surrender. Or don't. That would be more fun.
In case you didn't notice, this place is falling apart.
Exhilarating, isn't it? Thanks for getting rid of those energy fields for us.
Man, I should have
Hand the
brought
doctor
Rex.
over.
Whatever it is you want, you are not getting it from me.
She'll stay with us, thanks.
Not an option. Saren wants her, and he always gets what he wants. Kill
Does
him.
he?
Spare the
Is he
Asari if you
really-
can. If not, doesn't matter.
Oh!
Move, move, move!
It almost looked like it was gonna be like a cannon effect, right? A little poof at the back, and then us just flying up to.
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur. The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
We almost died out there, and your pilot is making jokes?
Joker pulled our asses out of there. I think he's earned the right to a few bad jokes.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander. But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
How old are you exactly?
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn! I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours, but among the Asari I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
I've got my own theory on why the Protheans disappeared.
With all due respect, Commander, I have heard every theory out there. The problem is finding evidence to support them. The Protheans left remarkably little behind. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
There's another big clue. That's from my theory connecting Dragon Age series to the Mass Effect series. That's a big clue right there.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
Who came before them then? Let's see what she says.
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
Okay then. See, so all that information right there that she just said, it's a big, big clue. And big piece of evidence. for my theory.
They were wiped out by a race of sentient machines. The Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
Visions. Yes, that makes sense. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear. I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
Okay, this isn't helping us find Saren or the conduit.
Ooh.
Of course, you're right. I am sorry, my
Someone got
scientific
jealous
curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit, or Saren.
You see that? Ashley got super jealous right there.
I don't know why Saren wanted you out of the picture, but I think we'll be a lot better off if we bring you along.
Thank you, Commander. Saren might come after me again. I cannot think of anywhere safer than here on your ship. And
right.
my knowledge of the Protheans might be useful later on.
And her biotics will come in handy when the fighting starts.
So that's actually a fair, valid, tactical point of view.
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate? Or slept? Dr. Chakwa should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Protheans' true fate. I need some time to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
We can talk again after you've seen the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Okay. Is this gonna be the one bad thing that I do? Okay. One of the two bad things that I will consistently do.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. Tassoni is on the Normandy.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
You are free to act as you see fit, Commander. Our role is to offer guidance and advice.
It's up to you if you're smart enough to listen.
That's twice now you've insulted me, bud. It's not very courteous. It's not very courteous. You can't be doing that. Like, you guys gave me the freedom to do whatever I wanted to do in your name, right? So why are you still being a jerk, man?
I don't need this.
Communications cut, Commander.
There it is. Hey, Rebel, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? And thanks for keeping up with the announcement bot, man, and Discord. I really do appreciate that. That's very awesome of you to take the time to do those things. Grants immunity. Increase radius, tech proximity mines. We have that one maxed. Increased damage done by tech mines, reduced overheating on sniper rifles and pistols. Intimidated options, conversation. Now it will be graded out if you do not have skill rank. Okay. Now then. let's go find some Tally. Because, we are going to be romancing Tally. That is the idea here. Because, again, in my personal opinion, I think Tally is the canon romance.
Commander, are you coming to check up on me?
Okay. Let's see here. There. Hello. Why is it? Shouldn't be picking up that static. Am I coming through clear? Or am I coming in all staticky? Because my bars here are bouncing all over the place. Clear. Okay. Guess I'll leave that alone then. So doing good. Been farming PvP for the last few days with no luck. Oh, that's right. You said you were trying to get every one of your characters into the tier 1 for those, is it the transmute stones? Was that right?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from the Geth, Commander. If you hadn't shown up,
I'm just glad we got there in time.
So am I. I know you took a chance bringing me aboard this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me. But I am not like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise.
It's not that they don't trust you. It's... they're a bunch of racists. And I can say that because we're talking about a completely different race of being, right? So, they're all racists. Because they're stuck in the past about, oh, we fought a war with them. Shut the hell up.
Don't worry, Liara. I trust you. I know you won't let me down.
It means a lot to hear you say that, Commander. Thank you.
Yeah, and did that now, trying to get specific shield that comes from PvP, but RNG hasn't been kind. Specific is it a shield for this season, or is it a shield that you just need so many points for?
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
Sounds dangerous. And lonely.
Sometimes I would run afoul of indigenous life forms or stumble across a small band of mercenaries or privateers, but I was always careful. Until the Geth followed me to Artemis Tau, I never found myself in any situation my biotics could not handle. As for the solitude, well, that is one aspect that most appealed to me. Sometimes I just need to get away from other people.
Oh, it's a set piece shield? Okay. Okay. Like, I get that 106, like, she says that, like, oh, I'm barely a child, right? They wrote her character to be like some bubbly, naive, has somewhat promiscuous from time to time teenager. And it's just like, maybe if she was an actual teenager, didn't have very many life experiences, because the whole thing is like, the life experiences is what mellow people the fuck out, right? Like, I don't think they thought about that, right? And like, they're super advanced, they're biotics, they live for ridiculously long, and for all intents and purposes, they're almost basically the superior race as far as intellect goes. And you're telling me at 106 years of life experience, you still sound like you're a freaking 13-year-old? Like, why did you write this character this way?
You don't like other people?
I suppose it comes from being a matriarch's daughter. People expected me to follow in Benezia's footsteps. They wanted me to become a leader of our people. Matriarchs guide their followers into the future. They seek the truth of what is yet to come. Maybe that's why I became so interested in the secrets of the past. It sounds so foolish when I say it out loud. It sounds like I became an archaeologist simply to spite Benezia.
All children rebel against their parents. It's a natural part of growing up.
Aha, you share the wisdom of the matriarch, Shepard. That is exactly what Benezia said when I told her of my decision. But there was more to it than that. I felt drawn to the past. The Protheans were these wondrous, mysterious figures. I wanted to know everything about them. That is why I find you so fascinating. You were marked by the beacon on Eden Prime. You were touched by working Prothean technology.
Sounds like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No, I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
Calm down, Liara. I was only joking.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool.
Yes.
Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
See? That's why I think she's the canon romance. Right there. Any gender, any species. Period. So, that allows the player to still decide for themselves if Shepard was a female or a male canon-wise, because right here, it doesn't matter. You can still romance, still have the lineage, right? Still have a continuation.
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits on to our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
I mean, that's true. That would be an easy way to assimilate the other races, right? And eventually you would just basically breed them out. Because if they're breeding with Asari, they're not breeding with their own. And Asari can only produce Asari children. So they could literally just breed out the entire existence of all other species. They could conquer the world. They could conquer the entire Milky Way through sex.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
You Asari live for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them. And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
Wow. So, okay. That's kind of cool. The in-depthness that they wrote into that type of a background is really impressive.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
Interesting. So is an Asari an Asari?
I thought you always needed another species to serve as one of the parents.
Think about it, Shepard. If we were not able to mate with our own species, we would have died out long before we ever mastered spaceflight and left our homeworld. Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood. Though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face, it is a great insult among my people. It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
Oh. And they did the, like, reverse of conventional thinking there, too. That whole... The thing about... When we're talking about animals, right? And breeding animals. Horses, dogs, right? Stuff like that. It's always... We need the pure bloodlines. We don't want it mixed, right? Like, the high-end ones that people pay for. Like, they pay ridiculous amounts of money for. It's because, oh, that is a pure German Shepherd. Right? It's not mixed. It's just like here they're telling us, you know, pure is an insult. It's bad. Bad. You need to mix. Right? Now they're saying that it makes them better. It makes them stronger. Strength I could possibly see for one of these races, which is the Krogan, but the same issue there is the Krogan are super aggressive and super like warlike. That's what they are. So I feel if you try to breed out the Krogan, that may actually hurt the Asari race. They would be less intellectual and less philosophical and more brutal and warlike. And if they're brutal and warlike, they're not going to be breeding out anybody. they're going to be going and starting wars, you know. That would be a bad thing.
Maybe she wanted to meet you, but couldn't. Something could have happened to her. Maybe she passed away.
You might be right. I hope you are. But I have no way to know for sure. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
Okay. That's it.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
123 experience. Good gosh. Dr. Chakwas. Kaidan. Alinka. Got anything unique, bud?
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Dr. T'Soni. Seems like a sweet girl. Easy on the eyes. I mean, if you like the bookish sort.
Just remember, Lieutenant, I saw her first.
Only by a few seconds, sir.
They're legitimately doing the dibs. Nope, I got dibs. I saw her first. She's mine.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
That is such a soldier thing. Like, I have seen quite a few soldiers do that. So this little area right here, this room is actually your cabin. This is your personal cabin during the first game. Most people don't realize this because it's just like any other room, right? But that is actually the captain's quarters. Alright. So we've seen the bridge. We've seen the galley and medbay area, and that happens to also be where our room is, which is one floor down from the bridge. And now we're in the garage. Okay? Because, you know, there's our vehicle, right? The Mako. Armory. That guy's actually, the requisition officer is actually a store. You have to buy licenses for him. Then you can buy stuff from him. However, I would not do that. He's actually, he charges more. And the concept is, oh, well, he has to go buy these items, right? He's got to pay more. So, you have to compensate for the convenience of doing it on your ship rather than having to go track down everybody. Alright. And we got Tali. Little Miss Tali.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
Is it technically not an Alliance vessel?
The Normandy's a prototype. Cutting-edge technology.
A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now, I'm sitting on board one of the most advanced vessels in Citadel space. I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me.
So you know those car guys, right? They're all like, oh man, I love the car, what do you got? You know, and that's all they talk about, right? And they brag about their own stuff, and they only ask you about cars. And then you have at least back when I was going to car shows and stuff, on a rare occasion, you would have a female that was comfortable enough being in that environment, that knew everything about the cars too, right? And then all the guys would be swarming all around her because she's so hot, because she knows car talk, right? So I feel like Tali and her ship talk is the equivalent of the car chick.
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
I can't believe your fleet's still using ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work. Mostly. We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla. Grow our own food, mine, and process our own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
So there we go. Give you a little bit about their Geth history. The Geth are those robots that we've been fighting. The Geth are kind of important, in my opinion here, as far as the series goes. Yeah.
I want to know more about the Geth.
You'll see.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins. What they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
So, when we're talking about, when I was talking earlier about the way that they did it, Liara's personality here, her character archetype, right? Her bubbly, innocent, naive, and sometimes promiscuous teenager, right? Versus how mature she should be at 106 years old. Take this into account. Tali is doing the pilgrimage for her coming of an adulthood ceremony. So she's truly a teenager. And she is more mature and understanding of how shit works than the Asari who's 106 years old. Like, that's just bad writing.
How come the Council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. 1 million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
So, the Geth share brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are.
So there's some sort of group consciousness?
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
Okay, so I'm sure I got some tech people in here that totally understood all of that. I don't understand tech talk. I'm technologically challenged. But I'm gonna go, it sounds a lot like the Borg from Star Trek. Yeah. So they're the Borg. Got it.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably oversimplifying. The Geth are incredibly advanced and complex creations. All you need to know is that they get smarter when they gather in large numbers. As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people.
Am I alive? I'm sorry, like, who here has not heard of Short Circuit, right? Johnny 5. No disassemble, no disassemble. Like, so basically you're telling me you made Johnny 5. And then he got electrocuted. And then he was like, hey, cool, I'm a person, right? Input. Which, by the way, that had one of the coolest jokes. Because it was one of those adults understood it, kids didn't get it. Kids thought it was funny because they took it literally. Adults were like, oh wow, he went there. It was when Johnny 5 was fighting in the woods against the other military robots that were still under control of the military people, right? And he starts laying traps and beating them up, and he goes, your mother was a snowblower. And it was funny because, like, adults were like, ooh, that's not what that means. And kids were like, oh, those are the things that blow the snow off the sidewalk. That's so funny. Like, that's totally what this reminds me of, is Johnny 5 and all of that craziness.
I don't see what's so bad about those questions.
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor. That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long. The Geth were showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves. It was inevitable the newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently.
So they defended themselves.
Can't blame them for fighting for their survival.
We had no other choice. The Geth were already on the verge of revolution. By acting quickly, we had a chance to end the war before it began. The hope was that most of the Geth would still be little more than machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the Veil. Now we drift through space, exile, searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
They defended themselves.
It's hard to feel sorry for you. Your ancestors tried to wipe out another species.
We made a mistake when we created the Geth in the first place, but we did not make a mistake when we went to war against them. If we had not acted, they would have wiped us out. They're a synthetic life form. They have no use for organics. None. Why do you think they cut themselves off from the rest of the galaxy? Why do you think they've killed every organic being who's ever tried to contact them?
They didn't kill Saren.
What does that tell you? The Geth are not innocent victims in all this. They're the enemy. They want to destroy us. Not just the Quarians. All organic life. That's why they've joined up with Saren. And that's why we have to stop him.
I should go.
Okay.
See you later.
There's a lot of this fear-mongering going on. Like, the humans are racist against aliens. You're racist against synthetics. Like, Can we all not just get along?
Hey, Commander, you know that Quarian, Tally? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
I figured she'd be a real asset to the team.
You got an eye for Tally, Commander. I'm guessing that's not why you came down here.
Carry on, Adams.
No, I was introducing you guys to Adams because Adams is another one of... So there's quite a few characters that are going to reoccur, and then there's quite a few characters that you need to get to know, so that way you have that emotional connections to them. You know? So... Mr. Garrus.
Commander, nice work out there. I knew working with a Spectre would be better than life at CSEC.
Everyone's favorite bird. They actually call them Taurians, but bird is the derogatory name for them.
Have you worked with a Spectre before?
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
For the most part, the rules are there for a reason.
Maybe. But sometimes it feels like the rules are only there to stop me from doing my work. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it.
But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that. It didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. CSEC's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
I'm torn on this one. Because here's the thing. The United States is like that, right? We got this proper procedure and protocol on how you handle suspects and criminals and all of this. And, you know, you got to treat them nicely and fairly and humanely. And if you don't, you get in trouble, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense, you know, like, be humane. But the counter to that is how many cops have lost their lives trying to follow that, and the suspect was able to take advantage of it and murder them, right? But then you go to Germany, right? And in Germany, the German Polizei over there, they have no problem beating you. It's the whole, I'm going to just beat you into submission, and then I'm going to arrest you. And that's common practice. And you know what? There's a whole lot less crime over there than there is in the United States. And it's largely due to the fact that, A, if the cops are called, the very first thing you can almost guarantee every time is you're getting your ass kicked. And then you might catch some charges. Maybe. Or you just got your ass kicked, right? You can only get your ass kicked so many times before you're like, you know, stealing that candy bar that's like $5 is not worth it anymore. Breaking into that person's car just to get my ass stomped on, like, not worth it anymore. And then, like, the batons that they use, right? It looks like the American asp, right? The stick. But theirs has a spring in it. So when they swing once and they hit you, then that bar goes bah, 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 and it hits you like 4 or 5 times per swing. Yeah, it's painful. So it's like, this is why there's not that much petty crime over in Germany, because you're getting your ass beat. Now, the major crime is a thing. Okay, that's everywhere. But it's like, which one would I prefer? The criminals to be treated humanely, or to have less people willing to commit crime? So I'm kind of torn on that point. So, like, at one point, I want to agree with Garrus, right? Because that's the German thing. But then I'm also like, I'm an American, so I want to agree with CSEC.
I hope you made the right choice. I'd hate for you to regret it later.
Well, that's sort of why I teamed up with you. It's a chance for me to get off the Citadel, see how things are done outside C-Sec. Either way, I plan to make the most of this.
And without C-Sec headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
If getting the job done means endangering innocent people, then no. We get the job done right, not fast. Got it?
I wasn't trying to. I understand, Commander.
He's disciplined enough to know. Alright, just understand. My bad. Won't happen again. Got it. Raj.
Commander, you have a minute to talk.
Okay, what do you want?
I keep an open door policy. If you have any concerns, lay them on me.
All right. I know things are different aboard the Normandy, but I'm concerned about the aliens, Vicarian and Rex. With all due respect, Commander, should they have full access to the ship?
Two things. First, when someone in the military, like whether they're the senior enlisted guys, right? The first sergeant, the command sergeant major, or, you know, the, what is it, master chief, senior chief, whatever the, master chief, I think it is. Master chief or senior chief in the Navy, you know, I don't know what the Air Force equivalent is. Or if a commanding officer, any of them, because they will tell their soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines, they will go, hey, we have an open door policy, which means you can come and talk. My door is always open for you to come and talk to me when you need to, right? Every single command in the entire military tells you this. But do you know how much trouble you get into if you ever choose to use it as a soldier? Like, good gosh, you might as well just kiss your career goodbye, or at least the next, like, 6 months of your life, because you're done, dude. You just jumped chain of command and used that open door policy that you were told was available to you, but you didn't tell every single person between you and them, and get every single person between you and them's permission to even think about speaking to them. Right? Like, now you're in big trouble for using it. So that's the first thing, and she chose to use it. Second, did you really just question the decisions of your commanding officer and the very first team inspector? Did you just question my ability to complete my mission and keep my crew and my ship safe because of your racist BS fear? Are you kidding me right now? Who was it that saved your life? Okay.
You don't trust their motives because they're not human.
This is the most advanced ship in the Alliance Navy. I don't think we should give them free rein to poke around the vital systems. Engines, sensors, weapons.
That's enough, Chief. You always second-guess your superiors?
Sir! No, sir. I'm sorry, I was out of line. I'll get back to my duties, Commander.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Shepard, what can I do for you?
What's your story, Rex?
There's no story. Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
You Krogan lived for centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire race. That was fun.
Yeah, that's called the Genophage. So basically, there's these little, it's literally another hive mind, but they're bugs, right? And they were called the Rachni. And the Rachni would have a queen, and that queen was able to control the hive. And they bred like crazy super fast, right? What they were doing was they were expanding across the universe, taking over these planets and these solar systems within the Milky Way. Everyone fighting the war believe it was the Solarians, if I'm not mistaken. The Solarians and everyone else, they couldn't beat the Rachni back. They needed a new alternative. The Rachni bred too quickly for them to beat their force down. And the other species didn't breed fast enough to keep up with the casualties. So they needed a solution. So the Solarians had a lesser race of being. At least this is their story that we're told. It doesn't match up with something that I will go into later. But there was this lesser group of beings. The Solarians decided to uplift. Basically speed up their genetic evolution to make them intelligent intelligent beings that could use technology and understand technology and hold conversation, because they bred super fast and they were super primitive and super aggressive. So they uplifted this species, then took that species and went and go beat up the Rachni. They beat back the Rachni at great loss to themselves, but they destroyed and eradicated the entire Milky Way of every last Rachni. So they exterminated an entire race. Then they decided to start fighting the Solarians and the Asari and the Turians, because they wanted proper respect in their eyes. They wanted to be recognized, like put on the council. They wanted to be basically more important than what they were. And then they started getting aggressive and fighting everybody else. Well, we're still having the same issue of the Krogan breed so quickly that nobody else can keep up. So they created the Solarians with the Asari and the Turians. They all sat down and they created this genophage plan. And then the Solarians cooked up the actual genophage recipe stuff, the whatever, I don't know if you want to call it a virus. Well, they cooked the genophage up, and the Turians went and delivered it. Right? The Turians were a big part of that delivery system. And what that did was it dropped the birth rates for Krogan dramatically. Like, insanely so. Now that it's to the point where the Krogan race probably isn't going to survive for very long if they keep doing the things they're doing. Okay? That's how bad it hurt them. And that was how they beat the Krogan back into submission. So, that's what he's talking about. It's the genophage.
I heard about that. You know, they almost did the same to us.
It's not the same.
It seems pretty much the same to me.
So your people were infected with a genetic mutation? An infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children survive birth?
There it is.
And I suppose it's destroying your entire species?
I suppose it isn't all the same.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
I was just making conversation. I wasn't trying to upset you.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
See? And that goes back to their violent nature.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, mods. It's not standard Alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, as long as you don't mind paying for it.
So you're an Alliance requisition officer, meaning you're in the Navy, right? You're in the military. Have If I'm the commander of the ship, you work for me. You answer to me. Why am I paying you for something that is mine already?
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more than I'd like. But no licenses, no goods. Without the goods, I'm out of a job.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Okay, I think we're good. Let's go. Let's go. So, how is everyone doing? Everyone doing okay? Anyone doing anything exciting? Okay, so I think we basically talked to everybody. So let's go ahead and move out. Oh, you know who we haven't talked to? Who you guys haven't had to talk to? Mr. Joker. We've only seen him in the cutscenes, right? Oh, you wanted to look outside? Just kidding. We're just gonna give you a codex and some XP instead, okay?
I prefer gold to silver, you know, for my medal. I figured you'd recommend me for one since I pulled your boots out of the fire.
You sure you want that?
If we present you with a medal, you'll end up sitting on stage listening to politicians make speeches for a couple of hours. Fun, fun.
That's a good point. They'd probably make me shave, too. I spent the last 7 weeks working on this baby. No medal's worth that. So, Commander, why don't you tell me why you're really here?
I have to go.
Alright, see you.
Alright, so you've met Joker a little bit there. His sarcasm and everything that we see in the cutscenes, his character is actually written that way. Hence his name, Joker. Alright, let's get to going. Let's get to going. Zoom out. So we've done this. We knew we cleared that system. So we got 2 more systems actually. It's another trouble we can find ourselves. But we'll continue doing the story here.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Look at that.
Commander Shepard, my name is Nasana Dantius. I have a job for you. I can't say any more in an unsecured communication. If you're interested in hearing my offer, meet me on the Citadel so we can talk in person. I'll be waiting in the Diplomat's Lounge on the Presidium.
So, if you remember earlier, when we were on the Citadel, before we left, I had said that Nasana, she's got a quest for us, right? We're gonna have to remember her, and we're gonna have to come back to her. Well, her quest, which we're about to pick up, is that she is related to the slaver, which wants us to go kill the slaver. Now, if we go kill the slaver, we find out that the slaver was her sister, and blah blah blah, bad, right? But then we also find out that later on, Nasana wanted us to kill her so she could take over the criminal thing. It's just like, are you kidding me? Let's see. There it is. It's like, man, 2 asteroid belts in a row? Nothing? It's not. Here it is. Oh my. So this part they made kind of nice, right? Where it surveys pretty easy. The second game they give you a radar. Like, you gotta scan the entire surface of the entire freaking planet and then launch probes at each spot that pings. Like, they really make you work for it in the next game. And they make it more important in the next game to get them. And then the third game, they're like, screw it, let's just combine them, right? It's just, you do the big radar thing on the map, and then whatever planet's got something. Okay? Just do it that way. Alright, so we're always gonna take Liara, because she's gonna be our romance. And I guess Garrus. I like Garrus. I think everyone likes Garrus. If I'm not mistaken, I think Garrus is actually like it's either an engineer or an infantry. Ooh, wow, look at that. That is awful. Get you built up there, sweetheart. What do we think? Sniper rifles? Increase melee, increase weapons. Increase accuracy and damage. We're gonna just get your sniper rifle built up there, Garrus, because Turian agent. Because that's gonna be kind of important for your build there. But alright, so we are here. We got debris, we've got a stronghold, and we've got an anomaly. Let's go hit that. I'm so glad they got rid of this Mako system, this driving system, in the future games. Like, good gosh, was driving awful. And the way they made the terrain, they're like, oh yeah, see all of this where there's no freaking trail and you gotta try to climb the mountains in a vehicle that's super lightweight and bounces everywhere? Yeah. Yeah. That's how every planet's gonna be. Oh, you wanted a road? You wanted a clear path? Bad chance, bud. See? There it is. Alright, let's begin our little game here. Whee! Take all that, jump in here. Alright, so if I remember my map correctly, the stronghold's this way. Right there, those red dots everywhere, which means We've got turrets. We don't have turrets. Okay, I think I got everything. And look at that, I'm still at full health. Alright, let's do this. Let's go fight some pirates, I guess? So we were fighting on the outside, they were all pirates. I'm sorry. It's Nasana's sister. Alright. I think that might have been Nasana's sister. Well, my radar is showing we're clear, so I think I can put my weapon. Alright, so just make it blah 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 blah. What we are doing is we're making sure that we're grabbing everything. It's gonna make things a lot easier for us further down the road when we need to get the better weapons and the better armor and better gear. And if I remember correctly, I believe the currencies that you have, they don't carry over in full, but they carry over a portion into the next games. I have to double check. I know that from 2 to 3 for sure it does. You discover evidence that the Asari leading these slavers and Nasana Dantius, an important ambassador on the Citadel, are sisters. You should return to the Presidium and confront Nasana. See? There we go. So it was Nasana's sister. Woo! That's actually pretty exciting. Not a single armor for me. What do we lose? Damage protection for tech and... Gladiator 3 is certainly better than what you're wearing. Jeez, man. I don't want to run the adventure. But those ratings are hard to argue with. Wait, what was this? 21% shield recovery, absolutely. Totally taking that. What is he running? He's running Hardened Weave. I think I'm just gonna have to give him shields for now. No, we'll get, there we go. We got a lesser one we could give him. Almost forgot. Weapons, radioactive. We're still on 3s. Yara, my dear, we have not updated any of your stuff. Okay. I stand corrected. There it is. Oh, wow. Hey, thank you for the raid. I just noticed that. Sorry, I was so focused on doing my inventory there. Yeah, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for the raid. That is so cool. It's going pretty well. We rescued Liara. We got Garrett. We got the full band. We just destroyed an Asari slaver and found out the plot that she was related to Nasana, which we already knew about because we talked about that all yesterday. And I said, "Oh no, she got a quest for us." We just stumbled across it. So how'd the stream go? I didn't get to catch the end. I left my phone over here lurking, but I wasn't able to see the end of it. I know you were gonna go to Gears. How did that go? It's by the way. It was awesome stream. It was actually my best yet. Tons of fun. Very cool. Very cool. Gears 5 was fun. Yeah, I played Gears 5 when it first came out, and I was like, "Oh, this is such an amazing thing!" Like, and there was some like little flashbacks and emotions and stuff for people who get invested in the characters, and it was cool. The open world concept that they ran with, that was pretty cool. But my thing is that it became exactly what Call of Duty has done. You know, it went from back in the day, you played Call of Duty, like the original Call of Duties, you played for the the single player campaign. Like that was amazing. Hey Jane, how's it going? It's been a while. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Definitely appreciate that. Yeah, open world concept is throwing me off. Yeah. So I mean, there's it was... Gears started out being a single-player focused game. Like, single-player campaign, right? The multiplayer that people really liked about it was the couch co-op system. And then with this new fad of, hey, let's go do everything online against each other, that's become the new focus for the latest Gears game. Because look at how many seasons and how many updates and how many little microtransactions they've created for their multiplayer in comparison to all the previous games, right? So you can tell where their focus is going. And I'm just like, man, I really hope you don't kill this series because you don't understand how popular this is. Do not forget where you came from, you know? Yeah, alright. How about you? Exactly, the couch co-op was perfect, not just co-op. Now couch co-op is just dead. It's sad. Yay, Mass Effect. So, let me get caught up here. Jane, we are doing fantastic. Thank you again for being here. It's been a while. I've missed you in my chats. But we get to be here. And, Jane, we got some new Legion broadcasters. Cabin of Horrors here is one of them. That is the full list of the official broadcast team now for the Legion. So, there's the updated list for anybody who has missed it. And for the new Raiders, that is our team. Cabin of Horrors is a member of our team. So, make sure you're supporting the entire Legion. Yeah, the open world did throw me a lot. Exactly, the couch. Now it's just dead. Kira Crow. I don't want to mispronounce your name. Is it okay if I just call you Kira? Because I don't know how to pronounce that last part properly, and I don't want to offend. But thank you for joining the raid. That was pretty cool. And yes, it is Mass Effect. We are doing the Legendary Edition. We are doing what I believe to be canon, based on everything I know from my previous playthroughs and the lore that I have gone through and learned. As far as I'm concerned, this trilogy playthrough we're doing is going to be what I would call the canon choices for Shepard, right? And we are going to be making a couple exceptions for decisions. One of which is I like hanging up on the council because it's funny. It's the bad thing to do, but it's funny. So there's a few little things that I'm going to do that are bad because either A, I find them funny, or because of my military background, I'm like, I know the civilian answer over here is yes, this is the good thing. But the military mindset, because Commander Shepard is military, he's not a civilian, he's military. So he would process situations differently. It's not what's the best outcome for everything, it's a threat assessment, a tactical threat assessment, right? And going at it from those angles. But he is an officer, so he does have a degree of political savviness, because officers inevitably go into politics. So, we're going to be taking those perspectives. We are going to romance Liara, because I believe that Liara is the canon romance, because Liara can romance either a male or a female Shepard. So that male or female Shepard is still an option with this canon playthrough, because Liara can romance both. And if BioWare wanted to really draw this series out, they could kind of do what, because Cabin of Horrors here was just doing a little bit of Gears 5, and what they did there with Marcus, right? And then Marcus had a kid. And here we go. So, if they did something like that with the Mass Effect series, they could go, yes, you had a child with Liara, and then you play an Asari, who's still Shepard, because Shepard's the last name. And then you can have the traits of the basic traits from your parent, which would be the first character for the first 3 games. And you can choose your personality, increase your personality archetype and class background for your own Asari Shepard, if they were smart. And I do have a crazy theory that if you guys stick around, when we get into the second game, I'll explain it. But I do believe Dragon Age series 1, 2 Inquisition is connected to the Mass Effect series. I believe they're in the same universe. And I will be pointing out little hints, but I will explain the theory in the second game. So, Jane, yeah, I've been busy. I know I've been absent from ESO, been on Warframe, but I'm still popping back. I enjoyed Warframe so much. Hey! Hey, Compound Geese, thank you for the follow. And, how are you doing? Thanks for being here. I'm getting caught up on chat, that's what we're doing. And I've never played Warframe. I gotta admit that I've never played Warframe. But to be fair, I'm also not the biggest MMO person either. Like, I play ESO. That's where most of you guys found me, was ESO. So I play ESO. I play some Neverwinter. I've looked at the Star Trek game, and I've looked at... there's another one. Can't think of the other one right now, but there's another one that Exile. I've looked at Exile and I've looked at the Star Trek game. I've seen people do the other games, you know, like the Fortnite, your PUBG, your Warframe and all of that, and I'm just like, it's too battle royale for me. You know, I'd rather play with you than against you. So, do have that. I'm just not that kind of player. I don't like playing against people. I prefer to play with them on the same team. I think it's fun. My brother convinced me. I love Warframe. Loads to do like ESO. My brother convinced me. Hey, look, it's gonna double post for me. Woo! See, that's what I get for manually posting and getting impatient and not letting my timers just run their course. I promise I didn't post that a second time. It's a timer. My brother convinced me to buy a starter pack for Warframe. I think I have 10 minutes total on it. Yeah, it's just not something I've ever like. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out. I know I've also got people. Captain Horrors is actually one of them. Monami Fawn is the other one. They're both doing the Evil Dead, and they've been trying to. They've been telling me that I'd probably enjoy it, and they've been explaining in their various broadcasts about how to play that game, and I might go and check that out a little bit. We'll have to see, because we are in a tight time frame here. Because you got to remember, we got to get through Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 thoroughly to within reason, right? Doing the canon answers, which is what I think is canon, anyways. And we got to do all of that before August, because in August, the new Saints Row reboot drops. And when that game comes out, I am going to be playing that game. I have been a Saints fan forever, and I've been waiting for them to do it right and to go back to doing it right. And they said they're dropping some of the zaniness, so I'm genuinely interested to see if they're going to redeem themselves. You're streaming the new Saints Row? I love that franchise. The last one was meh. The new one will be incredible. I'm glad to see it go back to their roots. Saints Row 2 was amazing. I remember OG Saints and my brothers. Yeah. The original Saints. Okay, so the first Saints was pretty good. The second Saints was the best. And then the third Saints was like, okay, you're getting a little over the top with some of this stuff now, but at the core, we're still a Saints game, so okay, but I mean, like, you're really pushing it. And then they came out with, hey, you're the president of the United States, the freaking world gets blown up, and you're on an alien spaceship in outer space who just wiped out the entire galactic, like, the entire planet of Earth's population except for your gangster crew who's all been abducted. And now you're fighting in a virtual simulation. Like, are you freaking kidding me? How did we go from street gangster, mostly serious game, to freaking outer space virtual reality simulator with superhero powers? Good franchise. We'll definitely be tuning in for that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the second game was definitely my favorite. They started getting weird after that. Yeah, and the Gat Out of Hell, like, everyone. Okay, so Gat Out of Hell. This is my belief on that game. Everybody loved Gat Out of Hell because you got to play Johnny Gat. But that was it. Like, if you actually played the game and went through it, it's like, that game was awful. It was short. It was awful. It had nothing to do with Saint stuff, short of, hey, here's some key characters as little flashbacks, right? But we all overlooked it because we got to play everyone's favorite Saint, Johnny Gat, you know? So, that officially takes care of the Artemis Tower area. Oh, by the way, is there anyone here? I know yesterday we had some viewers that have not played the Mass Effect series. Do we have any viewers who have not played the Mass Effect series currently in the chat? Because if so, there were some important pieces of information that was stated in the beginning of the broadcast by some characters that I will happily re-explain, because, like I said, it is significant to A, the lore in the game, and B, my theory that connects Dragon Age to Mass Effect. And does anybody have any questions about any of the decisions we've made, or setups or whatever here, or anything game related for that matter? And we're gonna go with Garrus. like, I really am curious. Like, how much do they spend just keeping the Mako up and running, with how much throwing it out of the aircraft, out of the spacecraft, that they do in this game series? Like, that's got to be like a hugely expensive mechanical bill, right? Just replacing the shocks alone, let alone all the times that it gets shot up and blown up, right? Or eaten by a thresher maw. Just the shocks. Like, there's no way that that's cheap. And then also, like, why do the tires? Why not just go track? Right? Do a track vehicle. It's less likely to get stuck in places. You want true all-terrain? Tracks, not tires. Granted, they're more difficult to repair, but still totally doable and way more versatile as far as terrain usage goes. Woo! Somebody leveled up. Who was it? Oh, it was me! It was me. Increase health, accuracy, effective. But do I really want to, though? Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to, huh? Alright, you. I was trying to unlock your stasis stuff. Garrus, you need some more sniper rifles, bud. Alright. Let's see our map. Oh, no. Wait a second. There it is. Okay, so. Has everybody here played or was here during the Dragon Age Inquisition Descent DLC, the one with the Deep Roads? Alright. Hey guys. Ooh. Why are you guys shooting at me? You're a Turian. Why are you a scavenger, bud? You should be in the military or law enforcement. Your entire race is that way. Well, I guess there's a few bartenders. The Batarians. There's a Batarian with them. You guys are slavers. What are you doing here? Debris. You guys have no use for stuff. Just people. Look, they got standard shocks in there. Standard springs, right? Gotta be expensive to replace. And a pain in the ass, because it'd be like, what, every freaking mission? Some you probably even have to replace during the mission. The satellite graveyard. Discovery. The Discovery transmitting a tight beam signal into a geosynchronous orbit. This disrupts the survey team's GPS satellites, causing them to crash nearby. That's bad. Don't do that. That's what satellites look like. Let's see our map. On our map, we've got a research base. I guess technically everything would be energy based too, right? As far as weaponry goes, because of the heat sinks. Right? So, well, okay. So here's my thing: if the heat sinks allow the weapons to all technically be energy based weapons, right? Not ballistic gunpowder type weapons, then that would mean that the weaponry on the Mako, it's also energy-based 100%. So then does that interfere with its effectiveness? Because if it's just energy, isn't there things that can just absorb said energy? And if there's not, why has nobody thought about developing it? That seems like kind of an important thing to go freaking develop. I mean, you don't need the shield to deflect energy at that point. You just
This
need the
place
shield
looks
to
abandoned.
absorb it. If you absorb it, then it dissipates all of its destructive damage and instead becomes a charging and regenerative process, which then in turn makes you basically unstoppable with current weaponry. It would have to force people to go back to conventional weaponry of melee only or...
According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien technology.
Perhaps we will find more answers at the excavation site.
It would have to force people to go backwards in technology, right? Go back to weapons, melee weapons, and ballistic weaponry. Which at that point, if that's what they're reverting back to, then that gives you the technological advantage. Did I go? No, I went in that one. Can't remember. Yes, I did. Okay. Alright, here we go. Like, that would be such a back and forth thing, right? You would have to... So, you do the... If you absorb the energy, then it becomes black powder weapon. Or ballistic weapon. And then people would go, well, if you're using ballistic weaponry, then the shields don't matter, and I have to go back to doing the traditional hardening, right? That would be the only... It would be such a... And then it's like, okay, well, if the enemy's going back to that, then we need to bring back our energy weapons. It just seems like that would go back and forth rather than actually advance. Unless you could energize a ballistic round. Have it have its own energy engine or generator. So that way if it stopped the ballistic, the energy still damages you. That would be really the only counter you could create.
Seen this before. Machine cultists. The survey team must have unearthed some alien technology that turned them into mindless fanatics.
Whatever they found, it is long gone now.
Hi, dude. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in, Steven. Definitely appreciate it. So we recruited Liara. Woo. We are continuing
Just lead
to
the way.
these fun little thorough investigations of the current available star systems, little planets, and that's about it. So these little husk things, by the way, guys, the husks, turning everything into a mindless servant, right? Turning the people against their own. And they're in total, like, something controls these. Right? So, sorry. That's actually going to come into part of my theory. That control. No! That accounts for all the ExoGeni survey team. They were converted into cybernetic husks by a device similar to those used by the Geth on Eden Prime. How they came buried on a frontier world so far from Geth territory is a mystery. Is it though? Is it really? Because I'm pretty sure that
Perimeter secured.
they were placed there. Just throwing that part out. Here's why. Right? It's all nice and cleared and chiseled with equipment, and it's in front of said equipment. So they were placed there. It wasn't they were buried and they unearthed them, they were placed there. Not bad. Why does your shepherd look like a bald Dorian with sideburns? Because I totally messed up his design. I didn't realize that it wasn't going to translate as well from the character creation to the gameplay. So that's on me. And I wish they would let me fix it, but there's not that option until the next game. So, yeah, it's awful. It didn't look like this when I made the character, I promise. It looked better in the character creation part. At least I think so. I believe Monumi Fawn yesterday called it a dollar store Mr. Clean, or Mr. Clean the cocaine years. Kokoku. Yeah, we just did that. Missing brother, fair ship. Missing. Okay, so I did complete it. Okay, good. I mean that's a really harsh hit though for me. Like that's a lot of other stuff, but that's awful in the accuracy department there. I always thought that was unique that the Asari could wear human armor. They didn't have their own special armor. Krogan have their own special armor. Quarians have their own special armor. Turians have their own special armor. But the Asari are exactly the same armor fits as humans. So you get a Roku. You get a Roku. You get an adventure. You get an adventure. Everyone gets adventures. Wow, the medium armor was actually worse than the light armor. That was a little bit surprising. I should probably not do this, right? Not until the, I've actually geared up all the other companions. Okay, no worries. Just pulling your leg. It is personal choice at the end of the day. Oh, no. I totally get it, but I was complaining about his looks yesterday, too. After I made him, I was like, yeah, he looks awful. Like, it was so bad, I thought about and I talked about possibly just restarting the character, getting it all the way back up to where I was at stream, and then continuing the stream after fixing him. That's how bad it was yesterday. I'm like, I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna keep pushing through because I am on a time frame. We're not doing this. You know, if he just wore his helmet the entire time, I think I'd be cool with that. One more nominee. You know, I will say that in the second game, though, the experimental vehicle thing, the hover thing, I like the travel system on it, like the way that it navigates the terrain. However, when you do the picking up materials that are on the ground with it, that moving around it constantly does, I don't care for that at all. Oh. This is a pressure model. Oh, I missed that shot. Fresh bomb. Oh man, that's bad. Man, I thought I missed him. I thought I missed him. I guess I didn't. That is on me. Oh, we got a choice. Let me fix that real quick. I just saw that compound geese. I gotta go get stuff switched on over there in the Discord. Ew. Thank you for joining the Discord. Got your switch all set up in there. Why is it gonna say critical mission failure? Doing you so dirty. Yeah, that was totally on me though. Like I missed that one. Oh, are you kidding me? No way. Did it really? Like, Okay, I think I may have to redo all those missions I did. But yeah, I do. You see that? It's gonna make me go all the way back and deal with this. I can't believe it didn't save when I completed a mission. Like, it really wanted me to know. Listen, we're really gonna punish you right now. We're not just gonna kill you, but we're gonna reset the planet for you. We're just gonna rub some salt in that wound there. You know, you fight Thresher Maws quite frequently in this game. And it just makes me curious, like, what the big deal is. So, in the second game, they make it a big deal. They're like, hey, oh my gosh, it's one of the scariest, like, things you're ever gonna do. It's gonna be worth bragging about. Right? So, I'm just like, wait. Leave me alone. Anyways, what I was saying was, wouldn't everyone know his kill count? Like, wouldn't it be a kind of an impressive thing? Wouldn't it be something that would be known throughout the galaxies? All the solar systems? And you can't fight more repairing. It doesn't have any health left. What are you doing to me? Leave me alone. That wasn't very nice. Damn, why Thresher Maws look like giant darkspine hopped up on Lyrium veins. I want to see a Thresher Maw the same quality of Dune. See? See? Look at that, Stephen Ledger. There we go. Thank you. See? Looks like Lyrium veins, right? Interesting. I'm telling you, Mass Effect and Dragon Age, they're connected. They are indeed connected. And I haven't seen the new Dune. I saw the original Dune. What year was that? What year was there was one that they made was, I want to say late 90s, early 2000s, right around there. They made a Dune then. That one was interesting. And they also made a video, like a series of video games that went with the movie at the time too. And they were real-time strategy. 2002, I want to say? Right around there. Yeah, there was the 1984 one. That one was pretty good. I've seen that one. But then there was another one that they made. And like I said, I want to say that one was in the 90s, 2000s. So I want to say 2002 is what I want to say. But I will say this about all the Dune movies. All of them that I'm aware of. which I'm aware of. I want to say three or four.
According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien technology.
Perhaps we will find more answers at the excavation site.
According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien technology.
Perhaps we will find more answers at the excavation site.
So, anyway, I'm seeing a 3-part mini. Yes, that one. That one was pretty interesting, but that one had video games that came out with it too, and I really enjoyed the video games. But I will say, out of all of them, they all still fail in comparison to the books. And the amount of in-depth, like, you can tell that this dude was a fan of what he was making. Because he went crazy in-depth with everything. With the background, the lore, the world, down to languages and certain words and societies and, like, insane amount of detail. It was just, it was really, really cool. I'm still waiting for them to do a movie that does the justice, does the book justice.
The survey team must have unearthed some alien technology that turned them into mindless fanatics.
Whatever they found, it is long gone now.
Which was it? Are you talking about the video game? Video game one was... I want to say it was Dune PC... It was Dune 2000. That was the name of the video game. Oh, what series are you talking about? Oh. The book series I'm talking about is Dune. The actual Dune book. The original Dune book. And let's see, how many dunes? Yeah, 1984. That was a pretty good one. And then the Dune TV miniseries in 2000. That was the other one. That TV series is what inspired the video games. But the book though, the book is like that thick, right? It's a ridiculously thick book, but when you and that's just the first one. But when you open it up, like the vast majority is in-depth, crazy lore. Like, this dude is a super fan. Any super fan of any video game world, like Mass Effect, Dragon Age, or Elder Scrolls, would be proud of the level of detail and in-depthness that this man did in the series. So, Compound Geese, are you a big gamer? And if so, what is your preference for gaming? Like me, I prefer RPGs, choice-based RPGs where your choices actually matter. That's my preference if I had to go with something. And I like strategy games. Which I still want to say, for those of you in the audience that are like me and love games that are choice-based and where your choices matter and actually change the experience, right? The most disappointing game in recent memory that they have done that with is Greedfall, in my personal opinion. Because they advertised that as it was going to be one of the coolest next-in-line future of RPG gaming choice series. Right? There's this, hey, we got these crazy amount of customization options for your gear. Hey, you have all of these choices. How are you gonna choose? And then what ends up happening? You get in there and everything's got the same exact 4 categories with 4 choices in them of how you're changed appearance of your outfit. Right? So you got 4 choices. It's not 120 plus amazing whatever. It's 4. Okay. Hey, and your choices matter. You are absolutely right. You can say things differently to people. But at the end of the day, the end of the major storyline, your choices are irrelevant because that doesn't change. But hey, you've got freedom of choice. No. That was so disappointing because I really wanted to like this game, and then they did that to us. I hope, because I heard they're making a second one. I'm curious on if it's going to be a prequel to the first one to explain all of that, or if it's actually going to legit be a sequel. And I really hope they don't mess that one up and do exactly what they did with the first one. I hope they actually give you freedom of choice. Because that's really where your replay value in games like this is the fact that you can replay it, experience it differently than you've experienced it before. Helix. Helix? E-L-E-X? Helix, I guess that's how it's said. That was an interesting game. I don't know how many of you guys played that, but that was an interesting one. It was super freaking challenging in the beginning. And it really made you work to earn it. But once you started getting into, okay, now I figured out this stuff, and now I've actually got decent gear, now I've actually got decent stats, then it was like, oh, okay, this game's actually pretty cool. But it took you a hot minute to get to that point, you know? I have thousands of hours on Fallout simply doing that, just playing it over with different choices and builds. Yep, I'm the same. I have played... I've played Fallout 4 the most, simply because there was mods. Base games without mods... Fallout New Vegas was actually my most played Fallout game. Yeah. Yeah. So did you start on console with Fallout, or did you start with the beginning? Based on the damn chip, I'm gonna go with, does that mean you started with the first one with that water chip? I started on console with Fallout 3. Oh, okay. See, I started with the very first one on PC, and I played, for those who don't know, Fallout 3 is not Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is actually the fourth one in the Fallout series. I played all 3 of the first Fallout games on PC before Fallout 3 on console was before that came out, because Fallout 1 and 2 were bird's eye view, turn-based, post-apocalyptic, very mature game. And then Fallout Tactics changed it into a bird's eye view, still turn-based combat and all of that, but squad-based. And you were a member of the Brotherhood in that storyline. You were part of the same Brotherhood that was in the first 2 games. And then they came out with what they called Fallout 3. And I'm not gonna lie, that game really, as a Fallout fan, that game upset me.
On your order, Shepard. Lead on, Commander.
Yeah, as a Fallout fan at that point, Fallout 3 was very upsetting to me. And I'll tell you why. Coming from Fallout as my first, I never really got a chance to try the older ones. So here's the background on that. In Fallout, the very first one, you were in California, okay? You were in California. You came from Vault 13. Vault 13 is a vault that had never been opened, ever. You were born in the vault, right? And what ends up happening is the Vault Overseer elects, like, you get voted as the dude who's gonna go outside because the Vault's water chip broke and everyone's dying because their water supply is gonna run out. And you have to go find this water chip. You go up, you go do the very first city, Shady Sands, okay? Shady Sands, and you meet the chief, and his daughter's been kidnapped by raiders. You'll deal with that issue. After you've done with Shady Sands, you go through, you're doing all of this craziness, you find an abandoned military base, and it's got these giant green super soldier mutant looking things, and you find the water chip. You go to, I think it's the hub. I want to say it was the hub. And I think maybe Junktown too. It's probably just hub. Where you get to meet the Crimson Caravan for the first time. And the Gunrunners. And both of these are like small little one-town operations right now. And you get introduced to... Hey Nexa, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. How are you doing? I'm just going over some background of Fallout series real quick. So you get to meet those guys. You end up meeting a super mutant. I think it's in the first game you meet the super mutant. It might be the second game. But his name is Marcus, and Marcus is friendly super mutant, which is new. And then you also meet a dog, whose name is Dogmeat. Familiar? And you meet a ghoul named Harold, and he's got his tree growing out of his head, little branch. And his name, he calls it Bob, and he says that's not Bob's name. It just makes him mad, so that's why I call him Bob. His name's Herbert, right? This is who we're meeting, and he's the first sentient ghoul that's like, hey, well, I'll talk to you. We can be friends. And it gave you the true apocalypse feeling because there wasn't anything off limits. Like, you see a little kid running around town, you could kill the kids, and you got a child killer perk. Super bad karma, and the child killer perk made all kids run in terror of you or throw rocks at you. Yeah, it was real stuff, right? Like, I'm good. How are you? I'm doing great. Just talking about Fallout. I love Fallout as well. It's one of my favorite series. Hello, how are you? Hey, Le Devil, thanks for coming in. How are you doing? I appreciate you being here. We're going over some Fallout stuff real quick while we're going through our boring stuff of the leveling and the equipment. We've just finished talking about Fallout 1. Well, we're almost done talking about Fallout 1. So, once we... my dream, Fallout 3, me hitting children that are invincible. Yeah, no, like, you blew these little kids, like, you would blow the entire side of their torso out and part of their arm, and they would just kind of, like, drop to their knees and fall to the ground. Like, it was brutal. And we're talking, like, granted, it's bird's eye view and 90s graphics on a PC. But still, for that time period, like, that was harsh. And that's so nice. So very nice. So we meet all of these people. We return the water chip, and you have a timer, by the way. You have a timer that you had to go and find the water chip and return the water chip. Once you did that, you told your Vault Overseer about the super mutants, and the Vault Overseer goes, well, they're a threat, you gotta go deal with them. You're like, okay. So you go and you gear up, you're getting ready to go deal with super mutants. You go to this military base, you find the master that the super mutants are always talking about. You find the master, you figure out this is a military program gone awry and all this craziness. You destroy the base, kill the master. Go back to your vault, and they're like, oh, hey, cool, you saved us from imminent destruction. Guess what? You're famous now, so you can't come here. You can't live here anymore. We're kicking you out of the vault because you're too famous. We don't want people coming to the vault looking for you. So they kick you out of your home, and that's how the game ends. The second game, your village is dying. You need a Garden of Eden creation kit. Oh, almost forgot. The Brotherhood of Steel in the first game does not deal with outsiders. They're not going to hunt them down, but outsiders are not welcome into their ranks. If you wanted to deal with the Brotherhood, you had to do amazing things to impress them. And then they would consider talking to you. And if you wanted to wear power armor, you had to go into the Brotherhood of Steel's military bunkers, which had heavy armed guards wearing power armor and big old miniguns, standing guard outside of their military bunker entrances. You had to go in and work through impressing them to learn how to use power armor. Okay. So we did all of this. And then you get to the second game, still in California, but we've gone up a little bit, because now we've got New Reno. We've got the coastline, and we've got New Reno. Shady Sands, that very first village you came to, is now on the most southern border of the map. And that place is now the foundation of NCR from Fallout New Vegas. So that is Shady Sands, the very first village you came to, became the capital of the NCR. Tandy, the village chief's daughter that you rescued, she's the president and founding leader of the New California Republic. Brotherhood of Steel has their bunkers everywhere still, but you don't interact with them. And they introduced a car. They had a car. It was an old highwayman. And if you do this little side quest thing, go get tools and certain battery parts, whatever, there was a mechanic who could fix the car. And you could fix the car, and you got the car, and you could drive around the world map, which was the grid squares back then. And it helped you get through areas faster. So there was an actual car. And there was even a dude named... there was a guy named Iguana Bob. And he made iguanas on a stick. So that's where that thing comes from. It's Iguana Bob. He was in both games. At Shady Sands, and then later became NCR. And there was a dude next to Iguana Bob that would... You pay him some bottle caps, he'd watch your car for you and make sure nobody messed with it. That was his job. He was a parking lot security guy, right? And in that game, you had to save your village because you needed a Garden of Eden creation kit. But in order to, because you're a native, you had to go through this trials, right, to become the chosen one. Well, at the end of the chosen one test in the very beginning of the game, you see the Vault 13 suit, the Vault 13 canteen, and the 10mm pistol, and the Vault Pip-Boy thing that your first character had, and you find out that the tribe that you're from, your Vault Dweller, he went out into the wasteland, and he fathered and created this tribe. He was the founder of it. So you're a descendant of your first character. So you go out, you get this garden creation kit. You can or you can't, it doesn't matter. If you get it, your village is saved. If you don't get it, they die, but it doesn't matter, you keep playing. Keep playing, right? This game, you can even become a slaver. You can, all your companions, you can sell them into slavery in this one. You can still kill children, and you can dig up graves. And you get the Gravedigger perk, and people think you're ghoulish and dirty, and right? And they run away. So that's the second game. Let's see, I already did my stuff. Let me think, what else? What else? There's gotta be more. Here. Really? That's all I got. So that was, like, really bad stuff going on. You could, if you became a slaver, you got a tattoo on your forehead so everyone knew you were a slaver. Or you could help out the NCR Rangers and disrupt slave activities and go on arrests and raids and stuff with them, right? Or you could join the slavers and actually go on slaving runs and capture villagers. So that's another introduction of those characters and a level of freedom of depth they gave you. The main thing that takes place, though, so understand what I'm saying this is the part that pissed off every Fallout fan from the original games. Fallout 3's main bad guy was these big giant dudes in these big black power armor suits that were killing innocents that you would find. And then you discovered who they are. They're the Enclave. Yeah, you guys remember that from the third game. So we find the Enclave. And then it becomes our mission to blow up and kill the Enclave, which the Enclave, they're on an oil rig off the coast of California. And when you go there and you're destroying their base and killing them all off, the president of the Enclave is a human, right? He's an actual human. You kill him, you blow up the Enclave base, the Enclave are wiped out. That's it. They're done. Great. Fallout Tactics. You're part of that same exact Brotherhood on the West Coast, which they told you in that game. The Brotherhood of Steel was founded on the West Coast. They waited X amount of time before going out. Fallout 76 ignored all of that. So we're all clear. The time frame that everything's going on with the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 76 is way too early in the timeline from what they said was when they started in the first games. Oh, yeah, and we meet a super mutant. His name's Marcus. He's awesome. And guess what? Harold's there. And Herbert, or Bob, the tree, is a bit bigger in his head now. Then we get to Fallout Tactics. You're part of the Brotherhood. You get recruits that you can recruit in. That one actually lets you pick a different race if you want to play a different race. But you were part of that squad. We're going out. You get access to characters based on your rank. We're disrupting activities of enemies, and we're advancing what we're doing. And you got to go get your general at one point because he gets kidnapped. All of that. But you get some more Brotherhood information there. And then they came out with what they called Fallout 3. And it was like, Fallout 3 is on the opposite end of the coastline? Like, why is it on the other end of the country? Who's the bad guy? The Enclave? We already killed them. Why are we killing them a second time? What are you doing? Where's the NCR? There's no NCR. Okay. What about Crimson Caravan and the Gunrunners? Because they were always where you got the best stuff. There's none of them either? Okay. Well, can I kill kids? No. Can I go into slavery? Kind of. Not really, but kind of. Okay. Well, what about the Brotherhood? Do I still gotta do crazy things for them? Yeah! Okay, well that's kind of cool. Oh wait, they're helping the... Why are you helping the commoners? Like, the Brotherhood of Steel doesn't help anybody other than Brotherhood of Steel. What are you doing? It was just like awful, 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 awful. And then the one shout out that connected Fallout 3 to the first two games, Oasis. You get to Oasis with the crazy monk druid dudes, right, in the talking tree. That's Harold from the first two games. And Herbert, or Bob, has taken over and pushed all his intestines out everywhere. That is the only shout out in connection to the first two games. I'm just like, what did you do? Yeah, sounds convoluted, like they just wrote out tactics with the number of hours I have between the series. I'm disappointed. I never got the older ones. Sounds so incredible. Thank you so much for the lore, sir. Oh, yeah, not a problem. Fun fact. I don't know if you have access to a PC. But those interested, if you have access to a PC and you have Xbox Ultimate Game Pass, right? All the Fallout games are on there. Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout Tactics. They're included in Game Pass on PC. Just throwing that out there. Looks like I'll be resubbing to Game Pass. Alright, I've got a meeting I'm hopping into. I'm on alert. Thanks for chatting. Of course! Thank you for being here, and thank you for the lurk. Definitely appreciate it. Right. I'm sorry, guys. I know I get off on tangents sometimes. I do apologize. I need to get better at that. And we have decided that that is not the correct answer. We actually don't want radioactive. We've figured out that we actually want chemical. if I want you to lose in accuracy. Cryo rounds. Actually, cryo rounds are really good too. I will give you the cryo rounds. Cryo rounds are on point. I think I'm good. Oh, I didn't do tally stuff. Of course I didn't, because why would I? Who needs tally to have stuff? I know I did her armor though, so we're good there. Okay. Saving, so we don't have to repeat this. And map. Let's go. Which, by the way, that's why Fallout New Vegas was the one thing that brought back the Fallout community and kind of united us all. Because I think most everyone will agree, outside of how buggy Fallout New Vegas was, Fallout New Vegas was the better of the first two Fallout console games. Survey. Which, by the way, that Marcus guy that you meet up in, what is it, Jonestown? I think it's what it's called. Jacobstown? The snow village with all the super mountains in New Vegas. That place, the sheriff that you meet there, Marcus, that's your companion from the previous games, the PC games. The Gunrunners, the Crimson Caravan, they're all the same. Obviously the NCR, right? You got Caesar's Legion was the newest threat. And it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. You actually had somebody else on the other end of the country doing what the NCR was doing. They're not special. Got it. That was really cool to see. You know, and then creating a genuine threat. This was the ship that the guy said his brother was on, and he was worried because his brother went missing. You know what? There's got to be a way, right? Gameplay. Graphics. Equipment. There, I fixed him. Ha! I figured it out. I was like, man, there's got to be a way to turn this helmet on. I can't keep looking at him like this. It's pitiful. But I figured it out. Look at that. I saved everyone's eyeballs from having to continue to suffer with that god awful design. Oh, well, that doesn't look good.
Intruders! Kill the hopper!
We should make haste if we are to save the chairman.
Should we?
Mission slow down. Gotta make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay. There we go. I think we got them all down that time. Biotic terrorists. Shh. You know they're not biotic terrorists. You're just calling them terrorists because they're going against whatever agenda you have. They're probably justified. Love to see. Probably victims of some awful government program. You would think that their buddies would be like, hey, it's quiet. Did you guys stop them? You guys okay? Report in. Something. They're just like, no, we're just gonna hang out here. It's cool.
See how it is? You write letters and everyone ignores you. Force is the only thing people appreciate. So how about if I kill Chairman Burns and finish this charade?
Please, I was trying to help you people.
Let's not do anything we're all going to regret.
Why not? What have we got to lose? Since the chairman here decided that we didn't get reparations, we've got nothing left to live for.
But I've changed my mind. Seeing you all, it's clear that you all deserve...
You had your chance. Some L2s are nearly crippled from side effects of the implants, but you voted against reparations.
You need Burns, because we're doing the good guy stuff. Because I think he would be. Especially that political savviness, right? This is a politician.
Think about this. Burns is the one man who can help you.
Yes, if you release me, I can take another look at the reparations request.
What, we're supposed to trust you? Sure, you promise us freedom and say everything will be fine, but as soon as we surrender, you'll double-cross us.
I'm not promising to let you go. All I'm saying is that Burns will take another look. Right, Burns?
Absolutely. I had no idea that the L2 biotics were this desperate. If I'd known, the reparations will come. For whatever it's worth, I promise that.
You're right. I don't want to die. Maybe something will happen this time. We surrender.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me. I'll see to it that the reparations discussion is reopened. I didn't know they were so desperate.
Oh, you thought people were just making it up? Or was it you didn't get any benefit out of it, and now that your life's on the line and people have got guns pointed at you, you're like, hey, I'll do my job, I promise.
A 5th Fleet cruiser will be by shortly to pick you and the prisoners up.
Again, good guy answer, but man, I hate politicians. The career diplomats and politicians, the ones that are always like the ones that go out of their way to take the bribes and be selfish in their decision makings, the ones that do not take their oaths of putting the needs of the constituents above their own. Those folks, the ones that are just awful people, those ones are the ones I don't like. But the ones that are, listen, this is the only way I gotta fix things, that I gotta get into politics to do it, then we're gonna do it, but I'm getting out as soon as I can, because, you know, corruption. So few of those, and they don't stay long.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Thank you for dealing with the hostage situation, Commander. Chairman Burns was quite impressed by the way you resolved the situation peacefully. Your assistance above and beyond the formal duties has been noted, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
Above and beyond. So, are we talking like Valor Awards now? Maybe I get a promotion and a pay raise? Commander Shepard, you already have the I know, but still. Can we call me Admiral? What do I gotta do to get promoted to Admiral?
Commander, incoming signal from 5th Fleet HQ on the Citadel.
Commander Shepard, something uncomfortable has just come up. In the First Contact War, we fired a lot of espionage probes into Turian space. We just received a mission complete burst from one of them.
It's quite a delay, but I'm not surprised. It's government equipment, so...
Where's it been in the meantime?
No idea. Lost in transit. These probes were built in a hurry after First Contact.
What makes this uncomfortable?
When these probes were launched, we didn't have any idea who we were fighting. We didn't want to risk aliens examining our technology. The probe has a demo nuke built in. A 20-kiloton tactical fusion warhead. About equal to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima back in the 20th. If somebody finds that probe, tampers with it, you don't need me to finish, Commander.
So I guess we're nuclear weapon experts now?
I understand this must be handled, but I don't have anyone trained to deal with this sort of thing, sir.
I know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. These probes have been classified for 26 years. The Council will call fusion bomb booby traps dangerous and irresponsible. The Alliance would face censure if they find this probe. I'm asking you because the Normandy can get on site quickly and quietly. It's in the Voyager cluster.
It's in the Voyager cluster? That's the opposite side of the Alliance from Turian space. How did it get there?
I don't know. It's possible someone recovered it safely and brought it there. It's also possible it got very badly lost. It could have been wandering the relay network since the war.
We'll get on it immediately, Admiral. And we'll be discreet.
I appreciate that, Commander. Good luck. Fifth Fleet out.
I really am genuinely curious why Shepard never gets promoted. I think of all the craziness that Shepard pulls to protect or cover the Alliance's ass. And then saving species and civilizations, right? You're the first Spectre. You got the humans onto the Council, bud. Like, why can't we get a promotion? I feel like Commander Shepard should have been promoted to Admiral at some point. I think it'd be kind of cool if they would let you do the Dragon Age style of a team. And what I mean by that is, instead of running, like in this game, you pick 2 companions, that's it. I would like to be able to get more companions. Just give me one more, you know, like Dragon Age, where we would run 4. Total, a group of 4, including ourselves. Do the same thing with Mass Effect, and let our characters banter. More than they already do. See, like, how am I supposed to do this? See, this is why I hate driving the Mako. The terrain navigation in this series is really awful. Of course, doing that was kind of fun. Woo. Make sure this isn't the thing. Okay. Don't go there. Let's go this way. Why does this guy get to drive a fancy car out here? Discovery. Brushing away the carbonization on the door of the contragravity speeder. You see Nizo brand name. Judging by charring, the wreckage has been here since the star's last variable peak. The corpse is wearing the remains of an expensive suit and what appear to be melted antique aviator goggles. Ah, okay, I get it. Ancient, got it. Okay. I'm looking at something right over there. There's somebody come up here. Let's go. Up, and over. Made it. And it's another body. Turian insignia recovered. This body is a long way from anything that appears to have been here for quite some time. On the body, the book drawings, including one of a singular outpost insignia. Interesting. Oh, I know this one. Dang it. That's it, actually. Cool. Save. I do think the diversity that Mass Effect continues to expand upon in the different planets, as far as like their environments go, I think that's pretty cool. And I like what they did in Andromeda, where they let you have that pet if you got the expansion, I believe. I believe it was an expansion, I guess. And it gave you a little monkey hijack. That's what they're called, hijacks. It gave you a little hijack companion or pet that hung out in your spaceship. I thought that was pretty cool because I was like getting little pets like that. And I hope they bring that back. Like the fishes.
The signal is coming from a mine?
Suspicious.
I concur. This did not crash. Someone moved it here.
Yeah, the fishes that you can get in the Mass Effect series, it's always my favorite part. And the second game, I don't want to romance the man, I can't think of her name. Trainer, I think her name is. Anyways, there's a girl. If you romance her, she'll actually feed your fish for you. But it's like, I don't ever want to romance her. She's not a serious romance. So, you have to make a point to remember to feed your fish every single time you leave the ship. Like, when you leave the ship, the first time you come back, the very first thing, go upstairs, feed your fish. Or else you're going to go back to the store quite a bit and rebuy these fish all the freaking time because they die like crazy. The third game fixed it with the auto feeder VI. That was such an amazing quality of life upgrade. Yeah. I cannot wait to get my fishes.
They may not know what they have. Let's find it before they set it off.
Affirmative.
Woo! Yeah, except for they know what they have. We know they know what they have. I dig that magnetic system that they're using on their back. For the weapon holding. That's pretty good. It almost looks like a magnetic system, right? And nothing to lose at all. Anyway. Alright, come on. Now, I will say I don't understand why they did this. But they didn't give your character the ability to jump. I don't understand that. Is it to remove temptation?
That was a detonator, Commander.
Shepard, at last.
Yeah, is that supposed to be like, was it a deterrent for them? Like, hey, we're not going to let the character jump, so that way we don't have to worry about we don't get carried away or tempted with, let's put some crazy Easter egg stuff up on this crazy high jumping puzzle thing. Right? Is that what you did? Is that why you denied Shepard the ability to jump?
You have me at a disadvantage.
My name is Ilanos Haliat. I doubt you know it. Who do you think runs the Terminus clan, Shepard, huh? Thousands of pirates, slavers, criminals of every stripe?
In most criminal organizations, it's the one who's recognized as the most successful.
That's correct. The one who kills the most men, seizes the most ships, pillages the most colonies. 3 years ago, I was the strongest. I used my influence to assemble a fleet. We would drive your kind out of the Verge.
You attacked Elysium.
You're the one behind the attack on Elysium.
I was the motivator, the instigator, the one who promised glory and riches for sacking the largest human colony in the cluster. The one blamed when it failed. Failed! I was ruined when your kind held against the Blitz. What better way to recover my reputation than by eliminating the first human Spectre?
My crew will come for me.
Oh, let them. We'll be ready. An Alliance warship would make a fine prize. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, the ores here are laced with heavy metals. I'm afraid your suit radios aren't powerful enough to transmit out.
So you're saying that I whipped your ass already, and you're throwing a tantrum and think you can succeed a second time? Where you've already failed? But, don't you learn anything?
It doesn't have to be like this, Haliat.
Empty words from a dead man. Goodbye, Shepard.
What do we do now, Shepard?
We've got air and light, and the Normandy's still in orbit. Let's look for another way out.
Your Dragon Age character got a new costume. Hold on. Ooh. Oh no! Okay, it didn't blow up. That's good. I thought I just blew up the nuclear bomb. We disabled the bomb. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Had to focus there for a moment. Your Dragon Age. Yes, we got an upgrade, but I still think that these games are connected. I will point out things, and come the second game, we will discuss what I think is the connection that connects Dragon Age to Mass Effect, and they're in the same series. That's my theory. How's it going? Hope your stream is going well. It is so far. We actually I just had a long rant, actually. Not rant, story time, basically, explaining the background, lore, and basic premise and ideas from Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 and how it connected to New Vegas and why 3 pissed off the old Fallout fans and why 3 isn't actually 3, 3 is 4. Yeah, we've been into a big old thing about it. Woo! Look at that. Collapsed. It's collapsed. Now we gotta go out this door. You know, they never give me a Shepard, right? They don't give Shepard pay raises. He doesn't get like a monthly pay that he gets to access. He only gets to access what he can find, what he can loot. I don't think they've even touched my shields at all. There we go. Somebody that finally was able to tag me. Clear. Sniper rifles. Such a ridiculous weapon system in Fallout. Oh, not Fallout, Mass Effect. Elliot went through a lot of trouble to draw you here. A pity it ended like this, for him at least. Now you're above ground. Your suit radio has reestablished communications with Normandy. Time to get the hell out of here.
All clear.
I mean, are they really surprised? But yeah, why does Shepard never get promoted? Never gets a pay raise? Doesn't even get his regular serviceman paycheck, right? There's no medal ceremonies. You don't get awards like a traditional service member. Nothing. Ever. No acknowledgement. Like, what's a guy gotta do to get a pay raise? What's a guy gotta do to get a promotion? I honestly think that Fallout 3 should have been its own Fallout series. It should have started a new line and should have been separate from the original Fallout section. Like, they should have taken Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout Tactics, Fallout New Vegas, and that's the Fallout West Coast series. And then Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and Fallout 76, that'll be your East Coast editions. And eventually these two groups are working closer in, and then eventually the games actually cross over. And you realize where, like, maybe some people on this side weren't aware of what was going on over here, which is why they have a little different starting lore and understanding of how the world works, because they weren't aware of what happened over here. It happened in the same world. It was just they didn't, because of the devastation, there was no communication. So each side was unaware. That would be an interesting thing to build up too. Rather than saying, oh, they're all in the same universe. It all happened together. This is the numeric order. Because then you get arguments and people poking holes. Right? So if you just did East Coast, West Coast, and then it eventually became one, that would be cool. So Fallout 1 and 2 are just different. Gotta keep them separated. Yeah, absolutely. Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics all are directly connected to each other, and then New Vegas was the continuation of that story and that realm and that lore. Fallout 3 and 4 have different lore than Fallout 1 and 2 in New Vegas. Fallout 76 has different lore than both of them. So that's another fun issue there. So I just, they need to do better, and I really hope that they do. Okay, let's go.
Message coming in from the brass at Arcturus. Patching it through.
Normandy? Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skyllian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them out.
So, I love Bethesda. Maybe they were drunk. Yes, Bethesda, I do enjoy their games. I think that they have a lot of room for improvement, but I do really enjoy their games. As far as them being drunk goes, what I think it is Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics weren't made by Bethesda. They were made by a separate company. They were pre-Bethesda days. And the writers, and you can see some of the writing style in Outer Worlds. The guys that wrote Outer Worlds wrote the Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics games. And then Obsidian, who did Fallout New Vegas, which continued that original Fallout story, they worked with the original writers from the original Fallout games. But none of that is Bethesda. So when Bethesda comes along, their very first Bethesda game for Fallout is, here you go, here's 3. And you remember how you killed all the Enclave off and you killed the president, you blew up their secret military oil rig base? Yeah, you're fighting the Enclave again in Fallout 3. What do you mean 3? This is the 4th game. Yeah, well, we're going to call it 3. And you're going to fight the Enclave again, even though you killed them and murdered the president. Have fun. It was like, no. That was awful.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us. Or maybe they're setting up staging grounds for hit-and-run attacks on human colonies.
It could be the first wave of an invasion.
Let's hope not. We need someone to investigate this, Shepard. Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth. You're the logical choice to take out these outposts.
I mean, he's not wrong.
We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth outposts in the Armstrong cluster to the Normandy now. Admiral Hackett out.
Okay, so we've got... I really thought I was going to find one that said Kong, Tokyo. Let's start with Gagarin? I don't know how to pronounce that. Alright. Actually, you know what? It's been 3.5 hours. Give me a few moments here. I gotta refresh my beverages and we will get started here in this solar system. And, let me know what you guys think about the new music. All right. So, apologize for the extended break there. I just had somebody
Commander,
bring up...
urgent message from Alliance Command coming in. I'll patch it through.
Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett from Alliance Command. We've got a situation here, and you're the only one that can handle it.
What do you need, Admiral?
There's an Alliance training ground where we test weapons and technology in live-fire simulations. One of the VIs we use to simulate enemy tactics in the drills is no longer responding to our override commands. It's gone rogue.
Okay. For the Mass Effect fans that have played the game, I just had someone give me a convincing argument that actually changes what I believe to have been canon, and they do so convincingly by using the leaked footage, trailers, and posters and such of the next Mass Effect game to back up their theory. Originally, like, I've heard variations of why, but I was always like, no. Most games are all about morality, and the developers are aware of that, and they know that most people are going to pick the good guy answers, so there's a good guy Why? That's game developers trying to be responsible with morality, right? So, what if they didn't do that here? Because what if they went the opposite way? I'm not going to give too much away because I do know that we got people here that haven't seen this. But what if the good guy answers aren't actually the canon answers? See, and that changes the perspective of everything. So that's why I'm kind of curious. They made a very convincing argument. So I think I may have to switch my choices. Man, that's crazy.
How many casualties so far?
17 Marines were killed in the simulation exercises before we realized what had happened. That's when we contacted you. VI support is critical to our military success. They process thousands of status reports and react in nanoseconds. No human can do that. But as advanced as this thing is at military strategy, it's still just a VI. It's not self-aware, and it's completely disengaged from any networks. That's where you come in. We need you to fight your way through the training ground of the VI core and manually disable it.
Can't you disable it remotely?
Our fail-safes aren't responding. The VI operates on a closed network. It can affect any external systems, but we don't have any direct access to its processes. We could bomb it from orbit, but the damage to the facility would be catastrophic. We'd prefer to have someone shut down the core. Someone like you. I know Spectres answer the Council, but you're still human. You're still part of the Alliance military, and right now we need you. The VI controls all the facility's weapons, drones, and automated defenses. You're the only one that can pull this off, Shepard. Good luck.
Man, that's crazy. Because, like, the bad guy answers may actually end up becoming canon. Renegade, as they call them in this. So good guy Shepard is actually wrong. That changes so much. Good gosh. Huh. That's crazy to think about. Alright. One of those sounds like Lance Hendricks. Admiral Steve Hackett. Yes, Admiral Steve Hackett is indeed Lance Hendricks. And There's a character that we've met already, Captain Anderson. He's voiced by Keith David, and the actor Keith David. And then our pilot Joker is voiced by Seth Green. All right, I'm sorry. I can't in good consciousness do this to you guys. I can't. Now that I know what I know, I can't in good conscience do this. So we have
Welcome
to
to
fix this.
Alliance Military Database. Classified information requested. Establishing secure connection. Secure connection confirmed. Please log in to access your profile. Profile reconstruction complete. Identification confirmed.
Well, what about Shepard? Earthborn, but no
Are you
record
kidding
of
me?
his family.
Doesn't have one. He was raised on the streets, learned to look out for himself.
He saw his whole unit die on a cruise. He could have some serious emotional scars.
Every soldier has scars. Shepard's a survivor.
Is that the kind of person we want protecting the galaxy?
Okay, I have to fix this because it's not the correct starting either. Oh, this is gonna be a pet peeve of mine. I am so sorry, guys, but I said that I was, and I have been thoroughly convinced that I was doing that incorrectly. So anyways, how is everyone doing?
Welcome to Alliance Military Database.
Oh.
Classified information requested. Establishing secure connection.
Almost forgot.
Secure connection confirmed.
Aqua Rebel and Man Bear. Don't know if you guys are still here or not. But if and Nexus Sloth. Sorry, stepped away while you were on break. Did something go wrong? Yes, I was thoroughly convinced that my belief originally of what canon would have been, someone actually was able to provide supporting evidence for the first time as to why the bad guy answers, being the renegade, the hard ass in this game, is actually what's going to be made into canon in the next game. So I'm like, dang, that changes so much. And I did say I was going to do the canon thing. So I have been thoroughly convinced.
Please log in to access your profile.
Luckily, we were right in the beginning still, so I can rush through most of this here. Anyways. They need to stop talking.
Warning, data corruption detected. Please reconstruct profile. Confirm pre-service history.
So, the Earthborn
Confirm psychological profile.
ruthless.
Confirm military specialization.
I'm going with infiltrator. And we're going
Confirm
with assault rifles.
facial identification.
We're gonna keep the default settings. We're not gonna even mess with them.
Profile reconstruction complete. Identification.
Okay. Ah, got you. Man of his word. You certainly are. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
what about Shepard?
Alright, so check this out
Earthborn,
real quick.
But no record of his family.
Doesn't have one. He was raised on the streets. Learned to look out for himself.
Keith David.
He got most of his unit killed on Torfin.
He gets the job done, no matter what the cost.
Is that the kind of person we want protecting the galaxy?
That's the only kind of person who can protect the galaxy.
I'll make the call.
The Arcturus Prime relay is in range. Initiating transmission sequence.
Commander?
We are connected. Calculating transit mass and destination. The relay is hot. Acquiring approach vector. All stations secure for transit. Board is green. Approach run has begun. Hitting the relay in 3, 2, 1. Thrusters, check. Navigation, check. Internal emission sync engaged. All systems online. Drift, just under 1500K.
1500 is good. Your captain will be pleased.
I hate that guy.
Nihilus
Except
gave you a
Green.
compliment. So you hate him.
You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom? That's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead, so that's incredible. Besides, Spectres are trouble. I don't like having them on board. Call me paranoid.
You're paranoid. The Council helped fund this project. They have a right to send someone to keep an eye on their investment.
Yeah, that is the official story. But only an idiot believes the official story.
Okay, so I'm still a little blown away by the fact that being a dick is the correct answer. Like, they're gonna make that canon. Okay, so Man Bear Nug, the Aqua Rebel, and Nexus Sloth. I don't believe Monami Fawn's in here. But if you guys are in here, Cabin of Horrors, our fellow Legion broadcaster, has decided that he wanted to do a little bit of work on trying to create different types of overlays and things like that for Legion broadcasting. So he said he's going to do that as his contribution to the team, which I thought was really, really cool. He's going to do some developments over there, and said he's going to show me the different concepts he's come up with. But if you guys have any suggestions or recommendations or things you don't want done or do want done, throw it in the Discord chat with him. so that way we can get some input there going. Because I think that's such a cool concept that a graphic designer is like, hey, we want to do this because I'm part of the team. That's a cool concept. So, but as part of the team, we should all get together and be like, we do or don't want whatever. So that way it's ours. Also, keep an eye out for it too. I think it's a cool idea and something to discuss. But yeah, he's also a graphic designer. Who in the Scared One Discord? Cabin of Horrors. That's the spelling and the link to their channel. Yeah, they're a graphic designer. So that's what they were talking about wanting to do. But I figured I'd let you guys know. Alright, so let's be Jerk Shepard. Because, well, it's canon. Man, I am so blown away by that.
That's enough. You're soldiers. Act like it.
Sorry, Commander.
Joker, status report.
Just cleared the mass relay, Captain. Stealth systems engaged. Everything looks solid.
Good. Find a comm buoy and link us into the network. I want mission reports relayed back to Alliance brass before we reach Eden Prime.
Aye, aye, Captain. Better brace yourself, sir. I think Nihilus is headed your way.
He's already here, Lieutenant. Tell Commander Shepard to meet me in the comm room for a...
You get that, Commander?
Okay. We're gonna skip some of their stuff unless it's a responding to us being a jerk, because we all just listened to this all yesterday.
Great. You pissed the captain off, and now I'm going to pay for it.
Don't blame me. The captain's
only one who's talking to you, Joker.
I'm telling you, I just saw him. He marched by like he was on a mission.
He's a Spectre. They're always on a mission.
And we're getting dragged, right along with him.
Relax, Brett.
Congratulations, Commander. Looks like we had a smooth run. You heading down to see the captain?
Sounds like you don't trust our Turian guest.
Sorry, Commander. Just having a chat with Adams down at engineering. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
So we're going to be a jerk, but we're not
something's
going to be
odd
a
about
racist.
this mission. The whole crew feels it.
Info's on a need-to-know basis, Presley. Just follow the orders you're given.
Understood, Commander.
Because there are racist comments and stuff that take place, like people hating the other alien races. We're not going to do those because the poster clearly shows multiple alien races, and Shepard clearly works with multiple alien races, so he obviously would not support that type of behavior or mentality. But apparently he's supposed to be a jerk, so here we are.
Prime Doc. It's not the kind of place Spectres visit. There's something Nihilus isn't telling us about this mission. What do you think, Commander? We won't be staying on Eden Prime too long, will we? I'm itching for some real action.
I sincerely hope you're kidding, Corporal. Your real action...
Marines are meant to fight. You just fix us up when we're done.
I know how things work, Commander. I've seen my share of combat, but it's foolish to go looking for trouble. You could both take a lesson from the captain. He's not afraid of combat, but he knows the value of restraint, too.
Sorry, Doc, but this waiting's killing me. I've never been on a mission like this before, not one with a Spectre.
Do your job, follow my orders, and there won't be any problems.
Easy for you to say. You proved yourself on Torfin. Everybody knows what you can do. This is my big chance. I need to show the brass what I can do.
This mission isn't about personal glory, Corporal. We have a job to do. Don't do anything stupid to mess it up.
Don't worry, sir. I'm not gonna screw this up.
The captain's waiting for me.
Goodbye, Commander.
Yeah, a little bit more renegade. Okay, so, I mean, choices don't change too much.
Commander Shepard, I was hoping you'd get here first. It will give us a chance to talk.
What about?
I'm interested in this world we're going to, Eden Prime. I've heard it's quite beautiful.
I'm a Marine, not some tourist on vacation.
It's more than just a tourist destination, isn't it, Shepard? Eden Prime is a symbol of your people. A perfect little world on the edges of your territory. Proof that humanity can not only establish colonies across the galaxy, but also protect them. But how safe is it really?
Do you really want that answer?
Are you trying to scare me, Spectre?
Your people are still newcomers, Shepard. The galaxy can be a very dangerous place. Is the Alliance truly ready for this?
I think it's about time we told the commander what's really going on.
This mission is far more than a simple shakedown run.
I already figured that out.
We're making a covert pickup on Eden Prime. That's why we needed the stealth systems operational.
I don't like being kept in the dark, Captain.
This comes down from the top, Commander. Information strictly on a need-to-know basis.
Such
A
garbage.
research team on Eden Prime unearthed some kind of beacon during an excavation. It was Prothean.
What else can you tell me?
This is... But Eden...
Obviously.
Are we... The Alliance... The Spectres...
Come on.
That's why I put your name forward as a candidate for the Spectres.
There we go.
I don't like people making decisions about my future.
This isn't about you, Shepard. Humanity needs this. We're counting on you.
I need to see your skills for myself, Commander. Eden Prime will be the first
You'll be in charge of the ground team. Secure the beacon and get it onto the ship ASAP. Nihilus will accompany you to observe the mission.
Just give the word, Captain.
We should be getting close to Eden.
Captain, we got a problem.
What's wrong,
And then
Joker?
we got the
Transmission
big
from
fighting.
Eden Prime, sir. You better see this.
Big fighting.
Bring it up on screen.
And I really want to get caught back to where we were.
Get down!
We are under attack, taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't get evac. They came out of nowhere. We need...
Everything cuts out after that. No comm traffic at all. Just goes dead. There's nothing.
Reverse and hold at 38.5. Status report.
17 minutes out, Captain. No other Alliance ships in the area.
Take us in, Joker, fast and quiet. This mission just got a lot more complicated.
A small strike team can move quickly, without drawing attention. It's our best chance to secure the beacon.
Grab your gear and meet us in the cargo hold. Tell Alenko and Jenkins to suit up, Commander. You're going in.
Engaging stealth systems. Somebody was doing some serious digging here, Captain.
Your team's the muscle in this operation, Commander. Go in heavy and head straight for the dig site.
What about survivors, Captain?
Helping survivors is a secondary objective. The beacon's your top priority.
Approaching drop point 1.
Nihilus, you coming with us?
I move faster on my own.
Nihilus will scout out ahead. He'll feed you status reports throughout the mission. Otherwise, I want radio silence.
I don't like putting my life in the hands of a Turian, sir.
Nihilus is on our side. He wants you in the Spectres, and he wants that beacon.
Ready and able, sir.
The mission's yours now, Shepard. Good luck!
I was thinking more of...
We are approaching drop point 2.
Putting his hands in the Spectres. Hold on. It's too loud. So when he said, can we trust him? I was thinking it was going to be more of, can we trust, like, non-Alliance personnel, or can we trust, like, a Spectre? Not a... I don't like trusting a Turian. That was not what that intent was.
This place got... Damn!
So, man, I really feel bad. I almost want to just rush ahead just so you guys don't have to watch all this again.
Oh God, what happened here?
Ripped right through his shields. They're out of chance.
Leave him. We need to finish the mission.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yeah. See, some of those just feel wrong to me. Just because, as a military person, you would never, under any circumstances, do that. But I know that's what's going to get me the Renegade.
I've got some burned out buildings here, Shepard. A lot of bodies. I'm gonna check it out. I'll try to catch up with you at the dig site.
See. It's like, man, I can see it. I can see it.
Thanks for your help, Commander. I didn't think I was gonna make it.
2 shots. 2 shots. I really do love the sniper rifle throughout the entire series. The pistol has
Gunnery
its
Chief
moments.
Ashley Williams of the 212. You the one in charge here, sir?
The pistol has its moments. Okay, I will give the pistol credit. The assault rifle's on point with most everything. The shotgun's really the only one that I don't care too much for, to be honest.
I need a status report, now.
Oh, man. We were patrolling the perimeter when the attack hit. We tried to get off a distress call, but they cut off our communications. I've been fighting for my life ever since.
Any idea what kind of enemy we're facing?
I think they're Geth.
The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years. Why are they here now?
They must have come for the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise. It might still be there.
Lieutenant Alenko and I will take care of this.
Let me come with you, sir. The Geth slaughtered my unit. Give me a chance to get even.
She knows the area, Commander, and we could use the extra firepower.
Just don't forget who's in charge.
Understood, Commander. You give the orders and I'll follow them.
Move out.
And I'm thinking more on this. You know, originally militarily, I'm thinking here.
The beacon's at the far end of this trench.
Alenko's more valuable because 2 reasons. One, he's a biotic, and that's got more firepower than a standard rifle. And he's an officer, so he's got more value in that regard too. But then the counter is that he's a lieutenant, which means he's new. Whereas a gunnery chief, that's an enlisted person that's been in for a minute. They've got some experience. They have value that they've proven. A lieutenant, on the other hand, they're fresh out of school. They're not the most useful individual for overall. They're not the most experienced, so they're not going to be a huge contribution tactically or strategically. They are something that later, much later down the road, can probably become a tactical asset. But in their current state as a lieutenant, they're largely useless. They are a placeholder to get some first-hand experience, but the real people that are running it are the E7s, the platoon sergeants, right? The chiefs. They run everything. The lieutenants just sit there and observe and learn and pretend like they're in charge. So Williams would be the smarter choice then, because she strategically and tactically has more.
This is the dig site. The beacon was right here. It must have been moved.
By who? Our side or the Geth?
Hard to say. Maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp.
Let's get moving. Williams, where's the camp?
It's just on the top of this ridge, up the ramps.
Change of plans, Shepard. There's a small space.
I don't know, what do you guys think? Who's the more valuable? Hayden, Alenko, right? The biotic lieutenant. Or Ashley Williams, the human soldier.
Sport up ahead. I want to check it out. I'll wait for you there.
Now, as far as canon goes, the way that number 2 plays out, if you didn't import the save, if you went with the default setting, right? What happens is whatever gender you pick for Shepard, whether it's the male gender or the female gender character, the opposite is the one that survived. So if you're a male Shepard in the second game, Ashley survives. If you're a female Shepard in the second game, Kaidan survived. So that's the default settings. But from a strategic point of view, a strategic bottom line...
Looks like they hit the camp hard.
Bottom line, no BS, no touchy-feely sugarcoating garbage. Like, brass tacks, which one's the one that's most valuable? My opinion, it's got to be Ashley.
It's a good
I'm
place
very
for an
interested in
ambush.
other
Keep
people's
your
input
guard up.
and why. Gotta explain your answer, right? That's important. So that way it gives
Oh,
people
God,
a
you're still
reason
alive.
to think about it.
What did the Geth do to them?
Are you all coming down? Hey, guys. It's too bad it wouldn't let me tag him right when he came off the spike. That would have been nice. So we got a Reaper.
That door, it's closed. Security lock's engaged.
Humans. Thank the Maker.
Thank you for the lurk.
Hurry.
Definitely appreciate
Close
it.
the
Thank you,
door
thank you, thank you.
before they come back.
How did you end up in this shed?
We hid here during the attack. They must have come here for the beacon. Luckily, it wasn't here. It was moved to the spaceport earlier this morning. Manuel and I stayed behind to pack up the... When the attack came...
No one is saved. The age of humanity is
Right
ended.
here.
What's wrong with your assistant?
Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin.
Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there is no escape? No hope? No. I am not mad. I'm the only sane one left.
I gave him an extra dose of his meds after the attack.
Say goodnight, Manuel.
You cannot silence the truth. My voice must be heard.
Oh my God! What did you do?
That might have been a little extreme, Commander.
You can't just go around whacking people in the head.
It was only a matter of time until he did something crazy and dangerous.
I suppose you're right. By the time
That's
he
a
wakes
quick
up,
mood
the meds will have
change.
kicked in.
Williams, take us to the spaceport.
Good luck, Commander.
Right? She went from being outraged to, well, yeah, okay. I get it. We're cool now. That was a little bit extreme. Maybe somebody else has some issues, too. And I can't go... Listen, when it comes to what I can and can't do, the question isn't whether or not I can. The question becomes, who's gonna stop me? That's what that question becomes.
Saren.
I can't skip. Nothing.
Nihilus.
Ooh, see all this blue? All that blue. That's important
This isn't your mission,
for my
Saren.
theory.
What are you doing here?
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
What is that? Off in the distance.
I've never actually paid attention to watching the Reaper go off before. I've always just, hey, let's fight, let's get forward. So it was kind of cool to see. I wish someone's still alive. Johnny Bob's
Everybody stay
alive.
calm out there. We're coming out. We're not armed.
Is it safe? Are they gone?
Nobody moves a muscle until we know who you are.
Nice going, Cole. I told you we should have stayed hidden.
It's okay. We're all on the same side here. We're just farmers. We've been hiding ever since that ship first showed up.
I have to go.
Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers. These guys are soldiers.
Jeez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up.
If there's something you're not telling me...
Some guys at the spaceport were running a small smuggling ring. Nothing major. In exchange for a cut of the profits, we let them store packages in our sheds.
You greedy bastard. You weren't running for your life. You were running to check on your merchandise.
No, it's not like that. I just knew there were some packages here, something we could use. I found a pistol. Figured it would come in handy if those things came back. But you'll probably get more use out of it than we will.
I'm only gonna ask this once. Think long and hard before you lie to me again. Are you sure all you've got is one lousy pistol?
No, wait. I just remembered. I just
Who's
had
your
it-
contact at the spaceport, Cole?
He's not a bad guy. I don't want to get him in trouble. Besides, I'm not a snitch.
Would you rather be a snitch or a corpse?
Oh,
Powell.
okay.
His name's Powell.
No honor among thieves.
That's all I know, really. So let's try to keep things friendly from here on in, okay?
I have to go.
Good luck.
I mean, it's a fair question. I gotta say, though, that in my experience, when there's criminal enterprises, I know, granted, it's just this one dude, but generally speaking, criminal enterprises, if you snitch, they're coming for you. I mean, that's kind of, you can either die today or you can die tomorrow. You know, you're still gonna die. It's just a matter of who's killing you and how quick it's gonna be.
Commander, it's Nihilus.
Squad. Okay. And we have got to go with Sentinel. Give us a barrier. Give us a bow. She needs all combat armor to get the heavy armor unlocked.
A Turian? You know him?
He's a Spectre. He was with us on the North.
Something's moving, over behind those crates.
Wait! Don't shoot! I'm one of you! I'm human!
I like the way you hid behind those crates during the fight. Really helped us out. Thanks a lot.
Me? But I'm just a dock worker. I don't even have a weapon.
My name's Powell. I saw what happened to that Turian. The other one shot him.
So I want you guys to remember he said that. I don't even have a weapon.
What the hell are you talking about?
There were two Turians here. Your friend and another one he called Saren. I think they knew each other.
Your friend seemed to relax. He let his guard down. And Saren killed him. Shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates.
Where'd Saren go after he killed Nihilus?
He jumped on the cargo train and headed over to the other platform. Probably going after the beacon. I knew that beacon was trouble. They killed everyone. Everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates, I'd be dead too.
You're Cole's contact here on the docks. For the smuggling ring.
What? No! I mean, what does it matter now? So I'm a smuggler, who cares? My supervisor's dead, the entire crew's dead. Doesn't matter now, does it?
Anything hidden nearby that we could use against the Geth?
A shipment of grenades came through last week. Nobody notices if a few small pieces go missing from the military orders.
You greedy son of a bitch. We're out here trying to protect your sorry ass, and all you can think about is how you can rip us off?
I never thought you'd actually need those grenades. Who'd want to attack Eden Prime? We're just a bunch of farmers. How was I supposed to know?
You don't have any weapons, but you have a crate of grenades? Grenades sound a whole lot like weapons to me, bud. Which means you just lied to me.
Hand over those grenades. Now.
They're yours. Take them. My smuggling days are over, I swear.
Too many people died here for you to start jerking me around.
Okay, all right. There was something else. Could be worth a fortune. Experimental technology, top of the line. Take it. I don't need it. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. Really, I'm sorry.
We need to find that beacon before it's too late.
Take the cargo train. That's where the other Turian went.
I can't stay here. I need to get away from all this.
So you gave me grenades from a weapon you supposedly didn't have. Oh, they handled it. Let's do this. The one beam. See it now. There it is. There it is. Right in the back of the dome. I guess it's not a dome for them, huh? What would that be considered? Right in the back of the noodle? The macaroni? That's what their little head looks like, right? The macaroni noodles.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire colony. Leave no evidence.
That's what they call them.
Here.
Flashlights. But it looks like a macaroni noodle. So he got shot in the back of the noodle. Well.
Demolition charges. The Geth must have planted them.
Hurry! We need to find them all and shut them down!
Macaroni got shot in the back of the noodle. Yeah. Sniper rifles are so overpowered in this game. It is fantastic. I love it. As long as you're patient enough to take the shot. Man, that sucks though. Like I'm so not happy about the fact that the canon decisions are the bad guy decisions. That is so upsetting. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really upset by that. but I can't argue with the evidence that was presented. It's on point. That's right, I killed Noodle Man. So the evidence to the new canon is legit. It's very compelling because the new Mass Effect coming out is going to be continuing the Shepard trilogy. It's not continuing Andromeda. And the evidence that has been pointed out from the poster and the trailer, it makes it a strong argument in favor of doing the bad guy answer. And it's upsetting because I don't want to give too much away. If the bad guy answer is the canon answer, then that technically means Shepard willingly destroys some of his companions and followers, right? He genuinely kills off his own people with that decision. Specific ones, not all of them. Just a specific individuals. He kills off his own crew by making that decision. And it's just like, I don't want to think of Shepard as that guy or that girl. You know, Shepard's not that person that's going to, in my opinion, I wouldn't view Shepard as the one that would voluntarily destroy members of his own team. But it's really hard to argue with the evidence that was presented. Man, that like seriously sucks too.
Normandy, the beacon is secure.
This is amazing. Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up. Something must have activated it.
Roger, Normandy. Standing by.
See, because he does things like this right here, right? He's grabbing and saving a member of the team. Endangering himself, and it's like, why would the canon answer be him killing him?
No, don't touch it! Too dangerous!
but I can't. It changes my whole perspective on the Shepard character now. Very dramatically so too. Not just like a little bit. Like it's a dramatic change.
We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime. The Normandy, a human alliance vessel. It was under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
This human must be eliminated.
Dr. Chakwas, I think he's waking up.
You had us worried there, Shepard. How are you feeling?
Like the morning after shore leave. How long was I out?
About 15 hours. Something happened down there with the beacon, I think.
It's my fault. I must have triggered some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way.
I expect better of my people, Williams. You endangered our entire mission.
Don't be so hard on her, Commander.
But she did.
We have no idea if that's what actually set it off.
It is.
Unfortunately, we'll never get the chance to find out.
The beacon exploded. A system overload, maybe. The blast knocked you cold. The lieutenant and I carried you back here to the ship.
I don't suppose it occurred to you that Eden Prime has medical facilities?
Listen, you're better off in this infirmary than in any hospital on Eden Prime. Physically, you're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity. Abnormal beta waves. I also noticed an increase in your rapid eye movement. Signs typically associated with intense dreaming.
I saw... I'm not sure what I saw. Death? Destruction? Nothing's really clear.
I better add this to my report. It may... Oh, Captain Anderson.
How's our XO holding up, Doctor?
Well, all the readings look normal. I'd say the commander's going to be fine.
Glad to hear it. Shepard, I need to speak with you. In private.
Aye, Captain. I'll be in the mess if you need me.
Sounds like that beacon hit you pretty hard, Commander. Are you sure you're okay?
Intel dropped the ball, sir. We had no idea what we were walking into down there. That's why things went to hell.
The Geth haven't been outside the Veil in 2 centuries, Commander. Nobody could have predicted this.
Chief Williams isn't part of the Normandy crew.
I figured we could use a soldier like her. She's been reassigned to the Normandy.
You said you needed to see me in private, Captain?
I won't lie to you, Shepard. Things look bad. Nihilus is dead. The beacon was destroyed and Geth are invading. The Council's going to want answers.
The Council can kiss my ass. I won't let them blame me for losing the beacon. I didn't do anything wrong.
I'll stand behind you and your report, Shepard. You're a damned hero in my books. That's not why I'm here. It's Saren, that other Turian. Saren's a Spectre, one of the best. A living legend. But if he's working with the Geth, it means he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous, and he hates humans.
He didn't come to Eden Prime because he hates humans.
You're right. Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how. I don't know why. But it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before that beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after?
A vision,
Just
dude.
before I lost
It was
consciousness,
crazy.
I had some kind of vision.
A vision? A vision of what?
Do you really want to know?
I saw synthetics. Geth, maybe. Slaughtering people. Butchering them.
We need to report this to the Council, Shepard.
Why? They're not gonna listen to us. Nobody likes us on there.
They'll think I'm crazy.
We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost Prothean technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was. Saren took it. But I know Saren. I know his reputation is politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This attack was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon. He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
No.
I'll find some way to take him down.
It's not that easy. He's a Spectre. He can go anywhere, do almost anything. That's why we need the Council on our side.
When have they ever done anything for humanity?
No. If we expose Saren as a traitor, the Council will revoke his Spectre status. I'll contact the Ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel. We should be getting close. Head up to the bridge and tell Joker to bring us into dock.
The more I'm thinking about that, does that bother me?
Hey, Commander. After what happened to Jenkins, the crew could use some good news. They'll be glad to hear you're okay.
You're not assigned to this ship.
Captain Anderson had me transferred to his command. Must have figured I knew what I was doing.
You have a problem with me, Chief?
You questioned my competence through the entire mission.
Best way to stop that is to show me you're competent. But I don't remember inviting you to come back to the ship with us.
You didn't. Captain Anderson did.
I need to go speak with Joker.
Goodbye, Commander.
The best way to show me that I shouldn't have to question your competence is by showing me you're competent. I mean, that's... seems pretty self-explanatory to me. Yep, see? Captain Anderson. So this is the captain's quarters. And that's why I said this place becomes our quarters in this game. Which is actually largely irrelevant.
Good timing, Commander. I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work.
Look at the size of that ship.
The Ascension, flagship of the Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower too.
Do you? Do you really?
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers in any ship in the Alliance fleet.
Good thing it's on our side then.
Citadel Control,
Here's
this
a
is
question.
SSV Normandy, requesting permission to land.
Why don't we have guns on our spaceships?
Clearance granted. You may begin your approach. Transferring you to an Alliance
Why don't we
operation.
have special space
Roger,
guns?
Alliance Tower, Normandy out.
Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. Please proceed to Dock 422.
That seems like an important thing, right? Space guns. Of course, that goes back to that question, right?
This is an outrage!
The Council would step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony?
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems, Ambassador.
Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Saren? You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action!
You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador.
Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren. We will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before.
Captain Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
They are. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
Anyways, the whole space guns thing, why don't we have it? Why don't our ships have it? Why aren't we working on that stuff? That goes back to that age-old question of, well, statement, really. It's not a question. It's, are we alone in the universe? And the saying goes, are we, there's two answers to the age-old question of, are we alone in the universe? And both answers are equally terrifying.
I'm not gonna sit on my ass just because the Council doesn't want to do anything. If they won't stop Saren, I will.
Settle down, Commander. You've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
That's Saren's fault, not his.
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
And that's why I hate politicians.
Now, I have my own theories on that. I have my own beliefs on that question of, are we alone in the universe? But I do like that saying. I can't remember who said it. Who is it that said that? Be alone in the universe. Quote. Arthur C. Clarke. He's the one who said it. Arthur C. Clarke. Are we alone in the universe? Both answers are equally terrifying.
I understand what you're saying, but these allegations are very serious. I can't just... This is serious. My reputation is at stake. I speak.
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
No. I said it. No.
That's nothing. I've had my office rearranged 5 times now.
5 times?
They ask.
Why? What do they want?
How should I know? It's not like keepers.
They ask an interesting question in the second game. They ask if there's fish on the Presidium. And we talk to a gardener, and the gardener says there's no fish on the Presidium. But with this much water, that's a legitimate question. Like, are there fish on the Presidium? I would think maybe. You know, maybe like some really high-end, expensive koi equivalent, right? Some fancy, exotic, weird fish that's all colorful and bright and appealing to look at. I could see them absolutely putting that in there for aesthetic purposes.
Welcome. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able
I think I'm done here.
Oh, well, I hope. Send the command. Huh. It appears the consort is taking.
If I have time,
Well,
I'll
don't
speak.
wait too long. She'll be waiting upstairs.
Alright, let's do this. Man, I really gotta get caught back in. This is awful.
Many are a little unsure what to expect their first time.
Don't get me wrong. I've only heard good things about the consort.
The unknown.
You know, there's not actually a bed in here. It's not a bed. It's
That
like
is
an
close enough, Commander.
enclosed
I've heard a
couch.
great many things about you since your arrival here in our citadel.
I don't like people spying on me.
I apologize, Commander. I make it my business to know when important people arrive on the station. Many of them become clients. But that is not why I asked you here. I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
Get to the point.
I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out. Now he spends his days in Korra's den, drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be.
Why should I bother to help your friend?
Could it be I was wrong about you, Commander? Are you certain you will not aid me in this?
I don't make any promises, but I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Commander. That is all I can ask. Appeal to his sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him to stop spreading lies about me, I would be very grateful. Now I must ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
There's a couch, right? And then this couch here is like a dome. It's a dome! There's not actually a bed in here. They are so misleading. They make her sound like she's a high-end escort that also doubles as a psychologist. And has a little bit of, like, prophecy work. That's the way all the NPCs describe her. And that's the implication. But there's no bed. So I wonder why they went through the trouble of doing that, like creating that perception for something that's obviously not. Hey, it's a stupid jellyfish. The Hanar are ridiculous with their beliefs. And they actually make quite a bit of fun of the Hanar in the later game. I think it's pretty funny, personally. Go, go, go.
Look at that. Please do not disturb the keepers.
Please do not disturb. You know, no matter how many times you do that, it'll just keep saying. Please do not disturb the keepers. Please do not disturb the keepers.
The council isn't going to ask me any questions, are they?
I doubt it. We've met.
Cut the chatter, you two.
Saren's hiding something.
Stall the council? Don't be ridiculous. Your investigation is over, Garrus.
Is it? I think I might have something to say about that.
Commander Shepard, Garrus Vakarian. I was the officer in charge of the C-Sec investigation into Saren.
Sounds like you came up empty.
Saren's a Spectre. Most of his activities are classified. I couldn't find anything solid. But I know he's up to something. Like you humans say, I feel it in my gut.
I think the council's ready for us, Commander.
Good luck, Shepard. Maybe they'll listen to you.
I can see why they gave Garrus a renegade outlook and behavior and mindset to start with. Now that I know, like, looking at it from the new perspective of him, the bad guy's answers are the correct answers. Garrus being a renegade in the beginning makes more sense.
The hearing's already started. Come on.
The Geth attack is a matter of
The investigation by Citadel
An eyewitness.
That just let you...
And this must be your protege, Commander Shepard. The one who let the beacon get destroyed.
You're the one who destroyed the beacon. Then you tried to cover it up.
Shift the blame to cover your own failures. Just like Captain Anderson. He's taught you well. But what can you expect from a human?
You can expect me to kill you the next time we meet.
Your species needs to learn its place, Shepard. You're not ready to join the Council. You're not even ready to join us. He has no right to
Shepard's admission into
this meeting has no purpose. The humans are wasting your time, Counselor. And mine.
You can't hide behind the Council forever.
There is still one outstanding issue. Commander Shepard's vision. It may have been triggered.
Are we allowing...
I agree.
Do you have anything else to add, Commander Shepard?
You've made your decision. I won't waste my breath.
I'm glad to see
This meeting is adjourned.
Yeah. But we know that... No.
It was a mistake bringing you into that hearing.
I know. Every colony we have is at risk. Every world we control...
We need to deal with Saren ourselves.
As a Spectre, he's virtually untouchable. We
What
need
about
to...
Garrus?
That's right. He was asking for more time to finish his report. Seems like he was close to finding something.
He's a Turian. I don't want him on our side.
Not all.
Okay, we gotta stop
I'll
doing
take care of it.
Harkin's probably getting drunk at
anti-alien
Cora's
choices.
I thought you
Or-
said
Couldn't hurt to go talk to him.
Anything like
Just
that,
be-
because it's giving me racist comments, and it's like, that's not Shepard. I don't care if that's the bad guy answer. Shepard's not a racist. He serves way too well with aliens. Garrus is like his best friend. Liara is, in my opinion, the canon romance, so... Yeah, we can't be having that.
That guy's up to something.
What? Oh, no. Yes, is there
I'm
something...
going.
So long. Yes, is there something you want?
Why are you so interested in the Keepers?
Keepers?
Don't get coy. I know what I saw.
I'm not so sure I should be talking to you about this.
Just tell me what you're doing.
All right. I'm using a small... So far I've had mixed results. I find it difficult.
Why were you being so...
I'd like to do it more openly, but it's not...
I could help you
I don't
out.
even know who you are.
I'm Commander Shepard, with the Alliance military.
You'll need... I'll even send a few credits your way.
I should get...
Come on. So we were able to meet with the council and keep our guns, and I can legitimately pull my weapons out. Probably can't shoot anybody. Huh? Okay, so I can't shoot anybody, but can I throw a grenade? Nope, no grenades. So you can't throw grenades. Can I shoot a keeper? No, you can't shoot keepers either. Good to know. Run. I don't know, that just seems like a major security flaw. Letting people that could potentially become very upset with you, that are highly trained and highly violent individuals, walk in to talk to you. Fully armed and armored, because we're in our armor too, we're not in a dress uniform. That just seems like piss poor planning for safety and security reasons. Am I the only one who thinks that? Probably the only one who thinks that. go.
I can't believe the Council ignored all the evidence against Saren.
Saren's one of their best operatives. It's only natural they'd take his word over ours.
Now we gotta do all this craziness. All this craziness.
You're not allowed in here.
This one believes it has the right to move freely through this area.
Do you desire to learn of the Enkindlers? Or has the Honorable CSEC officer enlisted assistance?
Are you allowed to preach here in the Presidium?
The words this unworthy one speaks are merely observations of the truth. The CSEC officer requests that this one purchase an evangelical person.
Let me talk to the CSEC.
This one would be most grateful for the assistance. Please
Okay,
let this one
finally
know if
home.
success is achieved.
It was my daughter's middle school graduation today. Very cool. Congratulations to her. It is very awesome. So how's the stream going? So, I was very upset earlier to find out Good Guy Shepherd is not the canon Shepherd. And I've heard the arguments against it many times. But I've never been presented with actual evidence, proof, that Good Guy Shepherd's not canon. Someone presented me proof that is hard to argue against using the posters, trailers, leaked images, and such from the next Mass Effect, which continues this story from Mass Effect 4 coming out, that very much so makes it look like Bad Guy Shepherd, Renegade Shepherd, is the correct Shepherd. It's the canon Shepherd. So, and I told you guys that I was going to do what I believe to be canon, and because of that I had to go back and restart this. So I fixed the hair thing, just went with the default setting of the appearance, so we don't have the weird Mr. Clean looking thing running around anymore. But does mean we had to start over again. So we're back at the Presidium. Well, the Citadel. I mean, she's in high school now. Yeah.
That Hanar refuses to listen to reason. Why can't it act in an orderly and lawful manner?
Because it's a big, stupid jellyfish.
How can I convince my superior that I deserve a promotion if I cannot convince this annoying jelly to leave? I am not unreasonable. The Hanar is free to spew its nonsense once it purchases an evangelical permit.
If you can't solve this problem, you don't even deserve to be in CSEC.
I didn't ask for your help, human. I can deal with this myself.
Has the CSEC officer been assuaged?
The CSEC officer is just doing his job. You're causing trouble.
This one is too humble to suggest that the CSEC officer is personally biased. This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to cause trouble.
Yeah, I had a son graduate high school and a daughter graduate middle school in the same week. Man, I'm old. Well, I mean, still, like, that's pretty cool. Those are big milestones, so definitely congratulations to them. And hey, look, you made it, right? You were able to successfully raise them to this point so far. That is huge. Not a lot of people are capable of doing that correctly. So, congratulations to you too.
I'll be back.
This one will continue to spread its message.
Will it? Will it really? Because if it's so, definitely not going to be a happy guy. And you and I are going to have some problems. Big, stupid jellyfish, as Commander Shepard just described. Said Hanar to the C-Secturian officer there. That's true, thanks. Yeah.
So, Williams, you happy you signed on with Commander Shepard?
I'm not sure, Lieutenant. Every time I think I have a handle on things, the universe bank's hard to port.
Well, don't let anybody know. A big gun and a confident attitude will get you through a lot in life.
That's fair, but it's usually the big gun getting you things. Actually, Al Capone said that. You get more with a smile and a gun than you do with just a smile. Al Capone had some really wicked, cool quotes that made you have like real head scratchers, right? So like, the people believe that, for the most part, most common people believe those in charge are usually corrupt because they're usually corrupt. And
in light of the recent,
the powerful usually want to control and manipulate and make the masses do what they want them to do, or not do what they don't want them to do, right? So Al Capone's quote was, hell must be a swell place because everyone in charge is always trying to keep you out.
attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human...
Have I done a Renegade playthrough before? I have done all the playthroughs before on my own, never on stream. So this is my first on stream. I have done them for myself. I've done Renegade a few times, but as far as like the way that I always viewed Shepard, he was the good guy. He was the stereotypic hero of every story. That's how I viewed him. And I could make logical arguments. I could back it up with in-game actions, decisions, the way characters would interact, things that would be referenced. I could back all of it up, my belief and my argument. And then I could draw on certain aspects of my military stuff to go, okay, well, this is also why, because a soldier thinks this way. And an officer, you know, they're politically inclined, and politics tend to try to make everybody happy. That's the idea of politics. It's a smokescreen, but that's the idea. So it's always... That's Canon Shepard. And Canon Shepard would do anything in his power to save everybody on his team. That was my mentality and my belief. Yeah, me too. Maybe he's an anti-hero. Not all bad, though. See, I really want to get into it. I really do. But I don't want to give away big spoilers. I will definitely explain it once we get to the end, why, based on the evidence presented, that is the canon decision. Also, I'm excited because I get to finally share my theory with others about why Mass Effect and Dragon Age is connected too, so that's kind of cool.
That's him.
Oh, I keep forgetting I have the sniper rifle.
Those were Sharon's men.
Commander, what do you want?
I'm here on Shaira's behalf. Your lies are hurting her.
Good. Her lies have been killing me for days. I've seen a lot of horrible things in my days, and there's only one woman in this damn galaxy that helps me forget it.
So if you feel that way, then why spread lies about her?
'Cause she rejected me! Me! Septimus Oraka, General of the Turian Fleet!
Some general. What kind of example are you to your troops?
The troops can kiss my leathery backside. All I wanted was to retire and be with her. Look, kid, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
Never let the enemy see your weakness. You know that, General.
Enemies? The one place I always felt at peace was with her. But now, so you think it's that easy? Just straighten up and act like a general?
I don't think it could hurt.
Huh. Maybe you're right, Commander. Shaira's worth the effort.
Now get up and get moving, General.
All right. I'll go to her. Say, you're a bright kid. Would you be interested in earning a few extra credits?
What do you want me to do?
There's an Elcor diplomat out there.
Why does he think that?
Because I told him. Look, I just need you to convince him of the truth.
Why can't you tell him yourself?
Well, the last time he saw me, I was disparaging his ancestors and shouting his secrets in public. Take this data pad. It shows where I got my info.
Wow.
It will exonerate Shaira and convince the Elcor.
Who am I taking it to, and where?
Well, here's to soldiers acting like soldiers. Thanks, Commander.
Hard to imagine a general like that getting so upset about a woman.
Back off, Rex. Fist told us to take you down if you showed up. What are you waiting for? I'm standing right here. This is Fist's only chance. If he's smart, he'll take it. He's not coming out, Rex. End of story. This story is just beginning. Out of my way, humans. I have no quarrel with you.
What was that all about?
Who knows? Let's just try not to get caught in the middle.
Woo! Get some levels. Alright. So, Red Devil, you've played the game. Who do you think is more valuable? The officer who's got the background, the experience... Sorry, the enlisted that's got the background and the experience and the combat time and all of that, but is just a standard soldier? Or the fresh, brand new officer with no combat experience, no real military experience, who's a biotic? Who would you think is more valuable? The lieutenant or the gunnery chief? See, I think, personally, it would be the gunnery chief because of their combat experience. They would be more of a strategic, tactical asset as a whole than the brand new, fresh lieutenant. Harkin.
Alliance military.
Betraying
I could have
soldier.
been a Marine.
Yeah, me too.
You know. Instead, I joined the goddamn Citadel Security. Biggest mistake of my life.
I'm looking for a C-Sec officer, a Turian named Garrus.
Garrus? You must be one of Captain Anderson's crew. Poor bastard still trying to bring Saren down, eh? I know where Garrus is, but you gotta tell me something first. Did the captain let you in on his big secret?
Just tell me where Garrus is before this gets ugly.
But it's all related, don't you see? The captain used to be a Spectre. Didn't know that, did you? It was all very hush-hush. The first human ever given that honor, and then he blew it. Screwed up his mission so bad they kicked him out. Of course, he blames Saren. Says the Turians set him up.
Why should I believe a drunk like you?
Fine, ask Anderson. I bet he tells you. He's too stupid and proud to lie right to your face.
Just tell me where Garrus went.
Garrus was sniffing around Dr. Michelle's office. She runs the med clinic on the other side of the wards. Last I heard, he was going back there.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, good. Go. Let me drink in peace.
Experience counts for a lot. Yeah, I gotta agree. Experience is a major asset. I can definitely see where the incorrect good guy thing being, oh well, let me rephrase that. The logical officer thing is, well, we saved the officer because he's gonna become a bigger asset later, and we spent money on him. He's higher educated or whatever. It's like, okay, that's cute, but he's a lieutenant with no experience who's probably gonna get killed. Lieutenants don't live that long in combat units, typically. Well, they live a lot longer now than what they used to, but back in the day, like Vietnam, I think a lieutenant's life expectancy was like 2.6 seconds or something like that. It was something insanely short for a lieutenant life expectancy in Vietnam.
You're Commander Shepard, the
We
hero
do
of
have to be
Eden
good to this
Prime.
guy.
I am so honored to meet you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be good to this guy because I like the little story with him.
Nice to meet you. And you are?
My name is Conrad. Conrad Werner. They say you killed more than 100.
I spend most of the time trying to stay alive and help the colonists.
Hey, I know you're probably busy, but do you have time for a quick autograph?
Anything for a fan. Here.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. My wife is going to be so impressed. I'll let you get back to work. But next time you're on Earth, I'd love to buy you a drink. Thanks again.
That guy's background story is ridiculous when you find it out.
I don't think you bought this here. I don't sell this model.
Look, I know it was you. I remember your face.
Really, that's impressive. Usually you humans can't tell one Turian from another.
This was the place. Now, are you going to give me a refund or not?
Do you have your proof of purchase?
What? No, I don't think you ever gave me one.
I'm sorry then. I can't help you.
But what do you...
Can't help you.
That's another one of those little Easter egg things that comes back later. Comes back in the third game.
Commander Shepard, excuse me. I'm Emily Wong. I'm an investigative journalist working here on the Citadel. Could I have a moment of your time?
I don't have time to give interviews, Ms. Wong.
I don't want an interview. I'm looking for information. I've been hunting for evidence of corruption and organized crime on the Citadel, but there are places I can't. I was hoping you might share anything you find during your own investigation. I can make it worth your time.
So, this is again... Okay, there's certain missions, because they removed the multiplayer in the third game, you have to do certain ways. So these smaller little things, I'm going to do the way that benefits me the most as far as war assets later goes. Major story decisions will be made the canon bad guy way, but these little things like this, I'm going to do the way that I know for sure I'm going to get it later.
Sounds like a good cause. If I find any information, it's yours.
Thank you, Commander. You won't regret it.
I think there's one up here, one of the keepers in the Quasar area. I need to step outside for a bit and take care of some garden stuff. Alright, cool. Yeah, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for being here, and I hope it goes well and goes smooth.
You should be careful who you say that around.
What? Everyone knows Fist is with the local criminals.
somebody rigged this machine to funnel credits through the system. Trace the signal.
Man, why is the other one not going off?
Bring her back in a second, but she doesn't want to come.
Let's hype it up here.
I'll see if I can talk some sense into it.
That one should be going off at the same time the other one is. There we go. Stream elements. Acting up again.
Big place.
That your professional opinion, sir?
How can they keep tabs on all of this? Presidia may as well be on another planet.
There is definitely a gap between their presentation and what's here. Tracking arrivals must be a nightmare.
This makes Jump Zero look like a porta-john, and it's the largest deep space station the Alliance has.
Jump Zero is big, but this is a whole nother scale. Look at the ward arms. How do they keep all that mass from flying apart?
No wonder the Council treats us like outsiders. We'd be just another drop in a bucket they already can't carry.
They must figure us for one more gang of F&Gs looking for a handout.
I doubt it's personal. It's gotta be a balancing act, like every other government.
All right, secure the chatter. We're all FNGs here, but we don't need to make it obvious.
Aye, aye, Commander.
So FNG, for those who are unfamiliar, that is an absolutely 100% still used military term. It stands for fucking new guy. So that's what an FNG is. If you're the new guy, you're an FNG. You don't know nothing. Everyone's aware you don't know nothing, and you are a liability at this point. That is exactly what that means. Paratroopers, we have another term.
I didn't tell anyone,
which is,
I swear.
That was smart.
Cherries.
Now, if Garrus comes around, you stay.
Which
silent.
that goes back to
Keep
an
your
old
mouth shut.
paratrooper tradition.
Who are you? Let her go.
Ah!
Who said we can't use sniper rifles indoors? Totally just use the sniper rifle as a close quarters weapon. What's up?
Perfect timing, Shepard. Gave me a clear shot at that bastard.
You took him down clean.
Sometimes you get lucky. Dr. Michelle, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Thanks to you. All of you.
Why were they threatening you? Who do they work for?
They work for Feast. They wanted to shut me up, keep me from telling Garrus about the Quarian.
What Quarian?
A few days ago, a Quarian came by my office. She'd been shot, but she wouldn't tell me who did it. I could tell she was scared, probably on the run. She asked me about the Shadow Broker. She wanted to trade information in exchange for a safe place to hide.
Let's see here. Go on.
Then what?
Right now, tell me.
I put her in contact with Fist. He's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
Yeah,
Not anymore.
except for we know we
Now he works for
betrayed.
Saren.
Yeah.
The Shadow Broker isn't too happy about it.
Fist betrayed the Shadow Broker?
I know.
That's stupid
Very
even
dangerous.
for him. Saren must have made him quite the offer.
That Quarian must have something Saren wants. Something worth crossing the Shadow Broker to get.
Man, the stories that I could tell about the Okay, so for those who don't know, I was a history buff growing up, and I was a history major in college before I joined the military. History's kind of my jam. So, if you guys ever want me to go off on a tangent, history, like, that's where it's at. And a lot of this stuff, I'm like, do you know how many historical references I can give you to people who thought it was a great idea to betray criminal organizations and it didn't work out so well for them? When are people gonna learn?
She must have something that proves he's a traitor. Did the Quarian mention anything about Saren or the Geth?
She did. The information she was going to trade. She said it had something to do with the Geth.
She must be able to link Saren to the Geth. There's no way the Council can ignore this.
Time we paid Fist a visit.
This is your show, Shepard. But I want to bring Saren down as much as you do. I'm coming with you.
Welcome aboard, Garrus.
You know, we aren't the only ones going after Fist. The Shadow Broker hired a Krogan bounty hunter named Rex to take him out.
Yeah, we saw him in the bar.
A Krogan might come in handy.
Last I heard, he was at the C-Sec Academy.
What's he doing there?
Fist accused him of making threats. We brought Rex in for a little talk. If you hurry, you can catch him at the Academy before he leaves.
Move out.
Alright, buddy old pal. What about your equipment, Garrus? Garrus, old friend. Hey, look, you're not wearing cop armor when you go in and talk to him this time. Crazy. Wow. I'm watching something on TV most of the time. It's some kind of history programs. My kids hate it. But I mean, like, history is so important. In my opinion, anyways. It's important.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from Fist's thugs, Commander. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been there.
You know what one of the coolest things that I ever learned was about my own experiences? So I served under a I'm not gonna name drop, okay? And that's for their own privacy. I don't want them. If they were to give me permission to use their names, I will use their names. But until then, I'm going to keep their names private. But a battalion commander that I served under, a colonel, I served under him when he was a lieutenant colonel. And it was during my first deployment. And we were with the 173rd Airborne Brigade. It was OEF 8. It was the deployment from 2007 to 2008. And we were in the Kunar province of Afghanistan. That deployment was a unique deployment and a noteworthy deployment for the War on Terror as a whole. There were a lot of things were accomplished that had not been accomplished at that point for the entire war. One of the things was we had the very first living Medal of Honor recipient of the entire War on Terror, and it came from our unit. It was our sister company, Battle Company, got the very first living Medal of Honor recipient. Total, the 173rd as a whole, from that one deployment, ended up with 3 living Medal of Honor recipients. It's probably one of the more documented deployments in the War on Terror, because we had an embedded news crew with us, with our sister company Battle out in the Korengal Valley. Sebastian Younger was the reporter guy. He's the one who set up the Perfect Storm Foundation, covered all of that. If you look up his work, you'll see where he's done several different movies about us and about that deployment, and he does TED Talks talking about it. That's the only name I'm going to give. I'm not going to give the military names, but that man, he documented everything, and it was him, and I can't remember. I remember Tim was his other name. It was his first name. Can't remember the last name. But the cameraman that was with them, those two wrote books, did documentaries, and they were working on a project for Vanity Fair, a piece for Vanity Fair, that also aired while we were still in Afghanistan. Now, I showed up, and that was my first deployment, and I showed up as a replacement while I was there. And we went through a lot of things, and a lot of awful things happened. But, one of
Let me take a look at what you have for sale.
Of
There's
course.
an ad running. Okay. So that was that deployment had a lot of major milestones. Like we had my company, Chosen Company, they had a base overrun. And that was a major military investigation too. That was all over the news for a while. We had an insane amount of casualties. We had an insane amount of violence. At that point of the war, that short deployment in that area we were in was considered the most dangerous place in the world. And it was the most violent time period as far as casualties and the amount of fighting goes. And man, all of that aside, the thing that I found out later was the battalion commander we served under ended up getting a teaching position at West Point. And we kept in touch. I keep in touch with those that I am able to keep in touch with, those that are still alive. I keep in touch with them as best as I can via social media platforms and some personal phone numbers and whatnot. But my battalion commander became a teacher, an instructor over at West Point Military Academy, or the Army Academy, right? The best one. He ended up sharing with us that everything that we did on that deployment is now taught to every single military cadet in the entire West Point. That is part of the basic learning curriculum. So we are a historical thing that is taught in military colleges for basic military principle and history. I thought that was so cool that I can legitimately say I am part of something. I was part of something that is now taught in history in schools. That was one of the coolest things that I can ever say that I've accomplished. It was really cool to hear that, especially being a major fan of history. True, to be fair though, I didn't really get into it until later on in life. When I was a kid, I didn't care much as I should have. That's really cool. Yeah. Well, to be fair, when we're all kids, we all kind of just, A, we want to be cool and fit in with our friends. And B, we have things that entertain us so that we find interesting then, but later in life, our life experiences change and shape the way we are. And a lot of people don't care about historical things, but as you get older and wiser and more experienced, you begin to realize the importance of understanding that history and understanding the lessons learned through that time. You know, so I can see where people become more interested as they become older and more experienced.
Don't kid yourself. It's even...
Keeper. There he is. Added to the database. That's right. I'm not gonna lie, that documentary though was a double-edged sword.
I'm surprised to see you.
Them doing those documentaries about us, it was great for one reason, because like when I come home from Afghanistan, you know, we didn't have to when people ask us what was it like over there, I didn't have to tell you. I just said, hey, go watch this movie, go watch this documentary. That's what happened. I didn't have to explain. I didn't have to talk about it. I didn't have to relive it in conversation. So that was great. But then the counter to that was when you run into people that don't have understanding of how that affects people mentally and emotionally, or don't have a military experience or background or family member to have those experiences and knowledge, they're the same people that go, hey, oh, that was your unit? I saw that documentary. That's crazy. And then they start asking you super intrusive personal questions about your experience over there because they watched the documentary about your unit, so they feel like they know you. So they feel like it's okay to ask those questions. And it's like, no. Just because you watched the documentary and you have a better understanding about what we went through than previous veterans have had the luxury of being able to say when it comes to civilians, does not give you the right all of a sudden to ask me these questions. You have to understand there's a certain boundary still, and people were not respecting or understanding that because, again, they saw it in the documentary. They feel like they know us, so they feel like, you know, hey, remember this one mission when this one bad thing happened? Why didn't you guys just do this instead? Or, hey, I saw this and I saw how much fighting and stuff was going on. How many kills did you get? Did you kill anybody? Right? You know, it's just like stuff like that. It's just like, that's not okay to ask. Don't ask. Just don't. Okay? Now, if the service member turns around to you and says, hey, if there's any questions at all you want to ask me, feel free to ask me now. Here's your opportunity. If they say that, that's different. But so that was my double-edged sword when it came to the documentary and how how thoroughly documented our deployment is. It's just that one piece. It's like people forgot boundaries.
On the front lines, Chief Williams. Most women I've observed in your alliance military serve in support roles.
It's becoming more common, but it took a long time to prove that ladies could handle an assault rifle or a shotgun.
I doubt anyone who saw your skill under fire could remain skeptical.
There's a keeper down here. Keeper down here. Alright, let's do this. And then we gotta go upstairs to the docking bay. Which we should probably talk to Rex first.
Witnesses saw you making threats in Fist's bar. Stay away from him.
I don't take orders from you.
This is your only warning, Rex.
You should warn Fist. I will kill him.
You want me to arrest you?
I want you to try.
Go on. Get out of here.
Do I know you, human?
My name's Shepard. I'm going after Fist. Thought you might want to come along.
Shepard. Commander Shepard. I've heard a lot about you. We're both warriors, Shepard. Out of respect, I'll give you fair warning. I'm going to kill Fist.
Fist knows you're coming. We'll have a better chance if we all work together.
My people have a saying. Seek the enemy of your enemy, and you will find a friend.
I think we're gonna get along just fine, Rex.
Let's go. I hate to keep Fist waiting.
I understand. I've had several members who served through the years and learn if they want to talk about it, they'll let you know they need to talk about it. Exactly. So yeah, it's that experience with having the documentaries and having all the books that are made. Like there is a number of documentaries and books about our first deployment. There is quite a few of them. And it's that double-edged sword, like, because I'm not gonna lie, I've been super grateful at various points of my life where I didn't have to talk about it. I just had to say, go watch this. It's the Krogan. Heavy armor. Yeah. Okay. So we're going in the right direction. Rex. Oh, Rex. I mean, man, that's actually pretty bad. That's awful too. Alright, so we got our Rex buddy, old pal.
So how about it, Garrus? Is this better than C-Sec?
Fighting a rogue Spectre with countless lives at stake and no regulations to get in the way? I'd say that beats C-Sec.
There may just be hope for you yet, Turian.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
That is so ridiculous. The Hanar are such ridiculous characters. I get the why they created them, and I can see, based on looking at the diversity of our own society's makeup of beliefs, factions, cultures, things like that, I can definitely see the Hanar being a thing, but oh my gosh, did they make them so over the top and ridiculous? Like, seriously?
Hey there. Oh, you're not C-Sec, are you?
No, do I
Did
look
you
like
want
C-Sec,
something?
bud? No.
I think I'll be going.
Oh, all right then.
Okay, so I actually have to tell
Oh,
him
it's you again. They still
Okay.
won't believe me, you know. Nobody believes me.
What do you want us to believe?
My colleague is trying to kill me, and I thought we were friends.
I thought we were friends. Well, I don't believe you.
How do you know he wants you dead?
He's changed. He won't talk to me at work anymore, and he started following me. Yesterday, he followed me all the way home, just waiting for a chance. I don't care what anyone thinks. He wants me gone. I know it.
Is there something I can do? Talk to your friend, maybe?
Would you? That's all I want. Someone to talk to him. Tell him to leave me alone.
Yeah, okay.
He thinks he can just push me around, but you'll show him, won't you?
Just tell...
The Keepers? Well, even more reason to go after him. That's against regulations.
If I find out he's lied to me...
Anything's possible with Shorbin. Well, good luck.
Man, we know this already. We know that you're lying. We know that you're trying to get me to kill your partner because you're both greedy bastards. Who's gonna pay me more? Did we already get this one? I think we already got this one. Let's double check just to make sure. Yeah, we did. I was running. Force would be ashamed of you, Shepard. Your cardio's garbage.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had...
Mercenary Shepard. Well, I mean, you might as well at this point, knowing what I know, like... That's basically how they're gonna force me to be. There's a whole lot of people in here for someone who's about to get in a gunfight. No, let me make sure I got my grenades equipped. Incendiary explosive.
Commander, I wasn't expecting to see you again. Is there something you want?
Yeah, punch you in the
Drop
face
the
with a
act.
grenade.
I want to know what's going on, Shorbin.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. My experiments are...
We're not buying it. Jalid told us you've been after him.
You spoke with Jalid?
Yeah.
Then you know about the data?
Just tell me everything you know.
You boys can go. Looks like my plans have changed. It's not as bad as you think, Commander. Jalid and I just got a little over our heads.
Really? Really? That's what you're gonna go with?
Keep talking.
The company we work for developed an experimental procedure for use in medical scanners. Jalid and I saw even more potential, so we stole the plans and secretly developed a tool to scan the Keepers. Can you imagine? A tool that can actually get readings from the Keepers?
That's what all this fuss is about?
The Keepers are almost impossible to scan, and you can't capture them or get sent. After centuries here, don't you see? You've seen it yourself, Commander. You know we can do it.
That doesn't explain why you're trying to kill your partner.
I'm not trying to kill him. Jalid's job was to disseminate our initial findings. But he decided to keep the data for himself. Maybe to sell it. I don't know.
I should kill both of you idiots.
Yes.
We lost our
Yes.
heads.
Do it.
We just couldn't let an opportunity like this pass us
Do
by.
it.
Commander.
Double the
If you
loot.
just continue
Double the
gathering
pay.
data for me. Imagine what we might learn. And you'll stand to make a bit of a profit yourself, remember?
If it'll help further the scientific cause, how can I refuse?
Very good.
You're a liar,
Maybe if you would...
Shepard.
The
You're
data
in it
you're
for the
gathering
money.
for me is useless if Jalid won't help me analyze it.
If I have time, I'll talk to him.
Thank you. And happy scanning, Commander.
Actually, as much as I say we're in it for the money, we're actually in it for the XP. Now we gotta go kill good old Fist. Let's go kill Fist. I will say, I wish they would do a signature kill thing.
Fist, no.
Hold on. Let's get this right. Really, Rex? What is wrong with you? Oh, you're lucky I missed. XP will cloud a man's judgment. 100%. Every time. It's not greed, it's XP.
That's it. Bag 'em and tag 'em.
That's right, Garrus. Bag him a tag. Hoorah! Can I kill you? I can't.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Shoot him.
Warehouse workers. All the real guards must be dead.
Shoot him in the face.
Stay back, or we'll shoot.
I just killed 50 bodyguards to get in here. What do you think I'll do to you?
It was a bit of an exaggeration.
Screw Fist. He doesn't pay us enough for this.
There was 6, maybe 8 at the
Would have been
most.
quicker to just kill them.
I agree,
Shooting
Rex.
people isn't always the answer.
That's debatable, Garrus. That is debatable, good sir. I like to think that shooting people's pretty important in the decision-making process. Personal opinion, of course. Personal opinion. Our fancy little pistol needs... Let's do some hammerhead rounds. And we got no weapon upgrades. Okay. Let's do this. Hey, Fist.
Wait! Don't kill me, I surrender!
Violence is never the answer, except when it is. See, I'm a believer that violence is always the answer. It's just a matter of what type and how much. And where to apply it.
Tell me where the Quarian is, and I won't have to shoot you in the kneecaps.
She's not here. I don't know where she is. That's the truth.
He's no use to you now. Let me kill him.
Wait. I don't know where the Quarian is, but I know where you can find her. The Quarian isn't here. Said she'd only deal with the Shadow Broker himself.
Face to face? Impossible. Even I was hired through an agent.
I can tell you.
Nobody, but when she shows up...
Give me the location.
Here on the wards. The back alley by the market. What are you doing?
The Shadow Broker paid me to kill him. I don't leave jobs half done.
Shooting somebody in a well-placed violence is always an option. Exactly. Violence is always an option. It's just a matter of, again, how much and where to apply it. And what kind of violence is needed. The shooting somebody in the kneecaps and letting them survive, like damaged kneecaps, that's an injury you're never going to forget. somebody blows your kneecap off, I promise, whenever that person asks you or looks at you like they might want some information, you're going to do everything in your power to keep them happy, because that is an injury that you will always be reminded of. That is an effective interrogation technique.
A lot of people died because of him. He had it coming. Now let's move. We have to save that Quarian.
Bam! Renegade. Actually, we need this. We don't have to come back here again. You can't walk that off. Right? And it's an injury that you will absolutely 100% survive. You are not going to bleed out from getting your kneecap blown off. You will survive this. And it's going to be miserable. Achilles. Hey look, it was Achilles. I shot him in the foot and he died. So Achilles made it into the future after all. Wow, that round went like clean through. Can we be friends? That was a bad joke. You can't. Oh! It is 100% true, though. Totally. Totally 100% true.
Perimeter clear.
Because, like, think about that. If they survive, and they encounter the person that did that to them, every time they limp, they're going to be reminded of what that person's capable of. They're not going to want to piss that person off again. That's an everlasting reminder of why you need to do exactly what this person says to do the first time. I think it's a convincing argument. It's not gonna let me target them. I gotta trigger the cutscene.
Did you bring it?
Where's the Shadow Broker? Where's Fist?
They'll be here. Where's the evidence?
No way. The deal's off.
Batarians.
Over there!
Tally, stay out of the worry.
Just set me up. I knew I couldn't trust him.
Well, if you knew you couldn't trust him, then why did you? Never mind.
You've got proof Saren is working with the Geth. Hand it over.
Not so fast. Who are you?
I don't have time for questions. I need the evidence you have against Saren.
I guess I owe you. But not out here in the open. We need to go somewhere safe.
We could take her to the human embassy. Your ambassador will want to see this anyway.
You're not making my life... Who's this? A Quarian? What are you up to, Shepard?
Shut up and I'll tell you. Your partner gets in the way as much as Lydia in Skyrim. Yes. Oh my gosh, they do. I really and they shoot you just as frequent. Like, I have been shot quite a bit. Like, if you pay attention in firefights, you're always ahead of your team, and if they're shooting directly from behind you, they will shoot you consistently.
This Quarian can help us bring down Saren. I would have told you that if you hadn't jumped down my throat.
I apologize, Commander. This whole thing
better.
with Saren has me a bit on edge. Maybe we should just start at the beginning, Miss...
My name is Tali. Tali Zora Naraya.
We don't see many Quarians here. Why did you leave the flotilla?
Make you ask
I was on
questions.
my
See, it
pilgrimage.
worked.
My rite of passage into adulthood.
Sorry. My dad, that was always his saying whenever anybody ever asked him the questions. You ask him any question whatsoever, and the answer's always to make you ask questions, and see, it worked.
Where's the proof you promised?
During my travels, I began hearing reports of Geth. Since they drove my people into exile, the Geth have never ventured beyond the Veil. I was curious. I tracked a patrol of Geth.
I thought the Geth fried their memory cores when they died. Some kind of defense.
What did you find
Most of the core was wiped clean, but I salvaged
We
something from
got
its
the
audio
audio
banks.
recording saying Eden Prime is a great victory, but Neziel, yeah.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack.
Wee. Does it? Does it really? 'Cause, I'm not entirely convinced yet.
Saren.
I don't recognize that other voice, the one talking about...
I feel like I've heard...
The Reapers hunted the
Sounds a little far-fetched.
The vision on Eden Prime. I understand it now. I saw the Protheans being wiped out by the Reapers.
The Geth revere the Reapers as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life, and they believe Saren knows how to bring the Reapers back.
The Council is just going to love this.
They won't believe you anyway. Just keep them out of this.
We have to tell them. Even if they don't believe anything else, this proves Saren is a traitor.
The captain's right. We need to present this to the Council right away.
What about her? The
Shoot her in the face. I mean,
My name is Tali. You saw me in the alley, Commander.
Bring her
you
on the
know
ship?
what I can do. Let
Is
me
what I
come
mean?
with you.
Totally. Totally, that's what I meant. Yes. Yes. We are
I'll
joining.
take all the help I can get.
Thanks. You won't regret this.
Anderson and I will go ahead to get things ready with the Council. Take a few minutes to collect yourself, then meet us in the tower.
Alright, we are gonna take Macarian. Talizora Noraya. I really don't like Ashley. I get Ashley's character, I get her importance and all of that. I don't like Ashley as a character. Hey, jerkbag.
Hello
Yeah,
there,
you.
human.
With the rubber
Sincere
mat on your back.
apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
I've come to talk to you about your little problem.
Curious. What do you know about the consort and her relationship to me?
The consort didn't reveal your secret. It was a Turian named Septimus.
Facts, bro.
Unbelieving. I know this Septimus, and he could not learn my secrets.
Are you sure?
The only way he could learn them is from the Asari consort.
Here, there should be proof enough for you.
Confused. This is difficult to fathom. If the Turian could learn this on his own, dismayed, anyone can discover my secret.
So deal with it.
Just make sure you leave Shaira
Rubber
out
mat
of it
guy.
from now on.
Agreed.
That's
most
really what that is. It's a
assuredly.
big ass rubber mat on
It
the
is
back.
clear that the consort
The floor
was
rubber
blameless.
mat for a car.
Startled realization. I must speak with the consort.
Yeah,
she
you
will
better
be
get on that.
most displeased with my actions.
You think?
Anxious request. Please, human, if you will excuse me, I must go now.
So long.
Farewell, human. Thankful. That was a great thing you did, Commander. Approving. You see, Din, not all humans are as you say.
I'm sure the Earth Clan stands to profit from this in some way.
I can see where Outer Worlds could get influenced by it. Here's my thing with Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds is very blatant. In fact, it was an advertisement point as a not so subtle jab that they denied, obviously, what their inspiration was. You have Obsidian, the company who made Fallout New Vegas. The writers and creators of the very first and second Fallout game and Tactics, those guys, they're the ones who got with Obsidian and made Outer Worlds together. And I want to say they're the same people that are making Wasteland, if I'm not mistaken. The original creators of the original Fallout series before Bethesda got a hold of it. Those were advertisement points for Outer Worlds. It was when 76 came out and it was sucking really bad. It was bombing in the market and everyone was pissed for various different justified reasons. That was when Outer Worlds was like, oh yeah, well guess what we did?
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. Commander Shepard, my name is Samesh Bhatia. Forgive the intrusion, but I have nowhere else to turn.
A lot of people want my help these days. What makes you special?
My wife was a Marine. She was in the 212. I've requested that my wife's body be returned to me for cremation,
to bring
but
Ash
the
with us
military has
again.
refused my request.
Why did they refuse your request? There's got to be some reason.
I don't know. All I know is that they have declared it impossible
I'm
for
concerned with the living, not the dead. I don't have time.
I understand. You have many important... If you do have time, however, Mr. Bosker is the man in charge of my case. Thank you for your time.
I forgot to bring Ashley with us. She has a unique dialogue with that guy, but you can't change out companions here unless you're recruiting a new one. That was on me. I messed that one up. Going in. Oh, wrong office. It's this office. Executor Pay. Pallet. Executor Pallet. The following message was transmitted from an untraceable account to multiple recipients across the extranet. Further monitoring of the situation warranted. My fellow biotic, you have been selected to receive this transmission because of your shared plight. Few of us, few understand us, fewer tolerate us. We must stand together. We must build our own new world. Come and join in the Hawking Edda cluster. Only as one body can we right the wrongs done to our kind. And you get no negative renegade karma for hacking the head of CSEC's terminal or laptop in the freaking executor's office. Like, you would think that diplomatic hackings of terminals would be a bad thing. But,
My goodness, you're Commander Shepard. Your activities made for quite a briefing in the diplomatic corps. Is there something I can do to assist you?
Yeah, stop stealing corpses, bud.
You can cut the red tape for a grieving husband. I want you to release the body of Nirali Bhatia.
Commander, nothing would make me happier.
Liar.
I'm afraid, though, that it's not quite that simple. Serviceman Nirali Bhatia died
Punch him in
on
the
Eden Prime,
face.
as Mr. Bhatia no doubt told you. Her wounds are inconsistent with any type of weapon damage we've seen before. That is why her body is being held.
I don't care how badly the Geth mangled the body. It's the husband's right to claim her.
We are not holding Nirali Bhatia's body out of discretion. We are, frankly, holding the body for research.
Really?
The
I don't
tests
believe you
we're
at
conducting
all.
may lead to
I think
better
it's selfish,
defenses against
greedy,
Geth attacks.
and wrong.
Respectfully, Serviceman Bhatia may save more lives in death than she did in life.
You know who and what I am. If I want Nirali Bhatia, I can get her.
Commander, I don't think threats are necessary. Even if the body were here on the Citadel, would you really risk going in shooting to get it?
You said you'd been briefed on me. How far do you think I'm willing to go on this?
All right, Commander. You win.
All
It was
right,
hard
cool.
enough refusing Mr. Bhatia. I'm not going to risk an incident by refusing you. Tell Samesh that the body is being shipped back to Earth. I'll go now to see to it myself.
So you can be a jerk and still get it. Yay! I always thought it was like, no, you gotta be the good guy and get it. Or you gotta be the bad guy and be like, hey, you got a point, okay, It's been so long since I've
Hello
done
again,
Renegade.
Commander.
So
Has there
long.
been any word?
Your wife is coming home, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you. I will return home and begin my
Then
preparations.
again, I
It
never
does
was
not
big
bring
on the
me
first
happiness, but it may bring me peace. Goodbye, Commander.
I've played the first game quite a bit. Not nearly as much as the other two. But I definitely... It's definitely been a while since I've done it. And so some of these Renegade reactions might be a little like, oh wow, totally forgot I could do that. That's cool, you know? So... See? Renegade with a heart of gold.
I went fairly often when it was still the Archive.
Bayaks.
Yeah, ever since
I still want to know, like, I gotta pay really close attention to how much this chick pays me. Because the private talking in the bar said it takes half a year. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, Runa. Hey, definitely appreciate that.
It may sound strange, but I simply felt called. That's not
Shoot, I lost my train of thought there.
Many of us have felt the same calling.
Oh, yeah, the private in the bar. He talks about how it's half a year's credits to see the consort. And I calculated it out in the last broadcast. It came out to something like 13,000 credits to see the consort. So she's booked 2 to 3 months out in advance. She is full. So 13,000 per client, and you didn't specify how much time, so it's probably what, 15-30 minutes. So 13,000 at 30 minutes of her time. Even do a full 8-hour day. Like, that's stupid money. So let's see. I gotta pay closer attention this time on what she actually pays me.
Commander, I recently received a lovely note. Even the Alcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign against me.
I can't spend gratitude.
I would not dream of letting you go without payment. I do not make a habit of incurring debts. These credits will cover your expenses. I also have one more thing to give you, if you are interested.
What are you offering me?
I offer a gift of words, an affirmation of who you are and who you will become. I see your skin, tough as the scales on any Turian, unyielding, a wall between you and everyone else, but it protects you, makes you strong. You never hide your strength either. It serves you well, terrifies your foes. Few will dare to stand against you. This may be who you are, but it is not who you will become. It only forms the basis for your future greatness. Remember these words when doubt descends, Commander.
Thanks, I guess.
Close your eyes and relax, Commander.
Oh.
Here, Commander. In light of your efforts with the Alcor ambassador, I would like you to have this small trinket.
What is it?
A small mystery. I have never learned its use or purpose, but I sense it is time for me to pass it on. And now I must ask you to leave. I have done everything I can for you. Remember my words, Commander Shepard. They will give you strength.
So we got 200 credits. And again, that I understand what they implied and what we just saw, but that's not a bed. That's not bed. So you make 13,000 credits per customer, and you only paid me 200 credits for saving your entire reputation. Okay. Thanks. Pretty awesome of you. The Krogan Genophage statue, tribute to them. Keeper has been updated. And I believe there's one more in here. Upstairs in the back, and I don't know if there's one behind the Shadow Broker. Well, the Shadow Broker agent. No, there's not. I guess we're good. Okay. So, we're gonna save there. Let's try to get caught back into where we were. Anyways, please stick around with me. We're going to be raiding here shortly another Legion broadcaster. So you definitely want to support the whole Legion team. So stick around. We'll be raiding Mon Ami Fa for a little bit of horror time. Make sure you're following all the Legion broadcasters. And here's an added bonus. Here's the Legion broadcast Discord server. We have bot that gives you updates whenever any Legion team member goes live. We've got various, for ESO players, we got tools in there. We got the Dwemer bot that gives you updates on the pledges, patch notes, the luxury vendor, things like that. We also have a bot, an ESO price bot. Gives you prices if you're in a trading guild of what the average, the high, the low, the average for items for sale is going currently in ESO. We got several different servers for memes, pets, single player games. So definitely join, check it out. join the Legion team. And but thank you all for being here. You guys are amazing as always, and I enjoy my time here. So, hold on. Gotta get this all typed in because it's not coming up. But yeah, stick around. Make sure you like all the and follow. Well, blah blah blah. Make sure you follow all the Legion Discord broadcast team, so that way we can stay connected. Because, hey, it's all you folks that make this enjoyable. So, thank you. And we're gonna get this raid started. And again, remember, the most important rule of all. Oh, let me get that. There we go. All right. So remember, the most important rule of all. Stay courteous, Legionnaires.